Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Matatu operators have threatened to go on a nationwide strike starting Monday next week. They say the strike stems from incidents where their vehicles are set on fire by border operators. Speaking to the media on Wednesday, the operators accuse the government of failing to protect them from violence. They say they are frustrated because despite being among the country's biggest taxpayers, the government has not done enough to ensure their safety.
If the government is not able to protect us, we want to bring us back. Our young people reformed and decided to form circles and be operators. They have their uniform, they have their licenses licensed by the government. But if the government is not protecting us anymore, anywhere a border rider will stop and start stoning a matatu or a private vehicle. All the vehicles on that will be stopping there and dealing with them there and square.
Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba says the Ministry of Education is yet to fully analyze and determine the total cost of educating a learner from grade 1 to university. Ogamba was responding to questions from members of parliament over the high cost of education in the country. Speaking during a session with MPs attending a workshop in Naivasha yesterday, Ogamba, however, said the government has reduced school fees in a bid to curb illegal increments.
Can you explain that huge difference? What makes a child of grade 7 require so much more than one of grade 6, yet they are actually in the same institution?
The simple answer to your question is that we actually, as a country, do not know how much it costs to educate a child from grade 1 all the way to university.
A middle-aged woman has been sentenced to a 30 million Kenya shillings fine or 30 years in prison after being convicted of child trafficking. A court in Lamu found Diana Akinyi Simiyu guilty of trafficking a 16-year-old girl for exploitation. In the ruling, the magistrate said prosecutors had proved the case beyond reasonable doubt. The court had that woman lure the minor from Thika to Mpeketoni in Lamu County using lies and manipulation, taking advantage of the girl's vulnerability following family disagreements. Survivors of the 1998 Nairobi bomb blast and families of those who died have expressed frustration after the High Court dismissed a case seeking compensation from the government. In a ruling delivered on Wednesday, the court said there was not enough evidence to show that the state had prior information about the attack or failed to stop it. Justice Lawrence Mugambe said the petitioners did not prove that the government ignored warnings or acted negligently before the bombing. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 4 minutes for 6 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast. Mngana movie with City Muga, of course. Na City Muga ameniambia sikuambii. Now, the reason ameniambia haniambii sijui ni sababu gani, lakini nimemuuliza swala nyeti na amekataa kunijibu. Na because amekataa kunijibu.
No, nimekujibu.
No. Umeniambia hutanijibu.
Ya basi ni majibu hayo.
Lakini hilo si ile jibu nilikuwa natafuta.
Wewe mazeni ndio utafute mahali pengine.
Najua nani nitauliza hiyo swali na atanijibu vizuri sana.
Basi muulize.
Najua na hapa tu kwa studio anaitwa Openje. Openje najua anajua na nitamuuliza. Na akishaniambia
sasa baba,
you will not be able to escape from what's coming your way.
If you knew that you could ask Openje. Why didn't you just ask him?
It is because I wanted to ask you first, but now that you have refused, it's okay. Lakini wambaje kakablaza?
Niko sawa.
Kabisa? Uko salama wanasemanga wa afya. Ama ni buhari wa afya. Bwana hii Kiswahili. But the point is afya kiko salama.
See, now that one is simpler. Once you start going into Buhari.
Yeah.
No,
but you know we have to show that we know this language bwana. Na tunajua msamiati, tunaelewa msamiati, tuweza kutumia msamiati City Muga.
Actually, I'm in agreement with you.
Sababu tukiwa tunaongea Kiingereza, huwa tunatupa maneno pale kuoneshana yani kwamba tunajua vocabulary. The vocabulary is rich. Unasikia mtu anasema juxtapose. Anasema supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hapo.
Mtu anasema the bane of my existence. Sasa kama tunaweza kutumia maneno kama hayo kwa Kiingereza, mbona tusiyatumie kwa Kiswahili ama the equivalent in Swahili?
Unajua? Kile unachosema ni kweli.
Kabisa. Unakubaliana na mimi
Ni hakika ni kweli.
Sawa. Leo ni tarehe 29 mwezi wa Januari, ambayo pia ni siku ya 29 ya mwaka huu. A couple of things obviously significant about this particular day. Let's see what exactly is important that we need to remember or know about this particular day. To begin with, in 1886, Carl Benz patents the first successful gasoline-driven automobile. Carl Benz ni yule jamaa alitupatia Mercedes-Benz. So Mercedes-Benz ya kwanza kabisa ilikuwa patented in 1886. Wow, that's that's a long time ago, yeah?
The internal combustion engine?
Yes, the internal combustion engine. That's the first time that thing was the first ICE. They call it ICE. The first internal combustion engine was actually patented in 1886 by Carl Benz. Also, something else that happened on this particular day in 1891, Lili Uokalani, that is Lili Uokalani, is proclaimed the last monarch and only queen regent, not regent, but regnant of the kingdom of Hawaii. Okay, Hawaii. Watu wako wanaitanga Hawaii. Yeah, so yeah. As we call it Hawaii out here, I mean it's Hawaii, but the natives of Hawaii actually call it Hawaii. So Lili Uokalani is proclaimed the last monarch and only queen regnant of the kingdom of Hawaii. That is in 1891. So two things of great importance. The first ICE engine, the first internal combustion engine was patented in 1886 by Carl Benz, the guy who gave us Mercedes-Benz. And then, of course, the last monarch and only queen regnant of the kingdom of Hawaii was proclaimed Lili Uokalani. There we go. That is what is important about this day. Leo tuko Malawi bado na Tumaini.
Yes, I was just going back to the internal combustion engine.
Yes.
There's a gentleman called Nicolaus August Otto. Okay.
Nicolaus who?
August,
okay.
Otto. A German engineer. He is credited with inventing the first practical four-stroke internal combustion engine in 1876. Often called
four-stroke.
Yes, four-stroke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
V4. Okay. While Etienne Lenoir built the first Lenoir built the first less efficient gas-powered engine in 1860.
Okay.
Otto's design allowed for compression, making the first reliable high-efficiency engine.
You've said it, compression, yeah?
Yes.
So he's basically the guy who came up with the concept of the pistons, going up and down, and then all right.
Yes. And then kuna jamaa mwingine hapa sasa. The person who improved on the engine and who is even known better than
all of those gentlemen.
Yes, is Gottlieb Daimler and Wilhelm Maybach.
So Daimler and Maybach they were friends. They must have been friends. Yes. And then now Carl Benz is the person who came and told them, guys,
1886
these are our ideas.
Gottlieb na Daimler na Wilhelm Maybach. Tunaona kama Mercedes kingine kanatoka Maybach. Yani ile ya pesa mingi.
Sasa hiyo ndio inakuanga luxury.
Maximum.
Hii ni luxury, lakini sasa ndio luxury kabisa.
Sasa hawa wazee wawili,
they
improved on the engine by increasing the speed and reducing the weight, paving the way for automobiles. Sasa that was in 1880.
Yes.
Then
Yeah.
we come to 1886.
All right.
Sasa hapa ndio Kali huko.
Carl Benz akaingia
Carl Benz
akasema,
ameingia.
guys.
Bas, he
guys.
applied the internal combustion engine to create the first purpose-built automobile.
Yeah. It's a great, actually, if you get to read upon or watch this history of the internal combustion engine, and then you know get deeper into this whole Mercedes-Benz issue, you'll actually see that these guys were rivals at one point until they decided, guys, we're actually trying to do the same
Actually,
thing.
they are competitors.
Yes,
That's
they are
how it
competitors.
goes.
Yes. They were like, guys, we are trying to achieve the same thing. If we come together, we can actually have a greater idea than all of us going our separate ways. And they decided they came together.
How did they work together?
And here we are.
Yes.
Ukiangalia logo ya Mercedes Benz, kwa wale wanaendeshanga jamaa na machines, wale wanaendeshanga jamaa na machines, mtaona pale kwa hiyo logo, inakwanga imeandikwa Daimler, kuna jina pia Mercedes hapo ndani. Ndio ujue ya kwamba hii kitu imetoka mbali. The Maybach, as you mentioned it, top of the tier luxury.
Yani range top maximum.
Hii sasa ndio ile top shelf.
Top tier.
Yeah. If you see, guys, and very few people, like here in the 254, very few people actually drive the Mercedes Maybach.
It's not that they don't want to.
Hiyo kitu si shilingi mbili.
No. The whole purpose of driving perhaps involves procurement of sorts. That may be the challenge.
The person who made Mercedes-Benz popular here in this country is former President Moi, late President Moi.
Why do you say that?
You remember that limousine of his? That was a Mercedes.
You were in the Moi era. Actually, it was... Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Kenyatta. Jomo.
President Kenyatta, yes.
Sasa, yeah.
Ndio alituonyesha Mercedes-Benz.
Right. And in fact, that first cabinet of theirs, every cabinet minister had a Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another person who had an amazing Mercedes-Benz is President Mwai Kibaki. Now, he improved in terms... He acquired a new improved model of the S600 Pullman. Now, his was the top-of-the-range limousine that Mercedes-Benz ever made. And it was custom-made specifically for the president of Kenya, the Mercedes S600 Pullman. Exquisite car. Ukiangalia specs zake online, hiyo kitu ni supu sana.
Mercedes inatengenezwa wapi Germany?
Germany iko na several plants.
Iko several.
Yeah. Because kuna mali wanatengenezanga sasa kama hizo Pullman, kuna mali wanatengeneza another model, kuna place wanatengeneza another model. But they are in close proximity because they share a lot of
ambazo zina compete na Volkswagen pia.
Volkswagen inatengenezwa several locations including China. One of actually their biggest plants, that's a Volkswagen plant, is in China. Interesting fact, Mercedes, not Mercedes, but Volkswagen is actually owned by Tata Motors from India.
Yes, they are.
Yes. Interesting fact, right?
Right on.
Aya, tupeleke Malawi.
Yes. It is only when the flood is gone that you can claim to be lucky.
Only when the
flood
is
gone, you can claim to be lucky.
Chochote chaweza tendeka
bwana we,
wakati kuna mafuriko.
Ndio.
So until you see the water has receded, that's when you can say breathe in, breathe out.
Hapo.
Napenda methali hiyo, tunaweza iapply kila siku maishani mwetu. Wanasemanga it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Well, that's
where that proverb came from.
Ndio najua.
This first lady that has got to sing so that we can say it's over. Well, I'm yet to see her. But yes, here we are. You can check out radiogeneration.co.ke. That is our website. And that's where you'll get to see not only the top stories, but you'll get to see Siti Muga and his document carrier. I know you're probably wondering, what is this document carrier? Ukimwangalia tu hivi, you will see the document carrier. Let's check out what is making headlines. 11 billion lost to hospital fraud under Shah, reveals CS Duale. And CS Duale has come under heavy criticism from a lot of folks asking him, bro, 11 billion in 6 months. Kwani ni nini mnafanya kwa ministry? Well, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has revealed that fraudulent hospital claims under the Shah system led to the loss of 11 billion with AI technology uncovering manipulated medical reports and inflated billing. Okay. Speaking at the 2026 legislative retreat for National Assembly members in Nakuru on Wednesday, Duale said many hospitals submitted claims for medical situations that could not occur, including cases where private facilities reported every delivery as a C-section, well above the World Health Organization's recommended range. There now. Or the audits showed that some hospitals reported impossible numbers. In one case in Tharakanithi, a private hospital claimed all 500 deliveries were C-sections, a scenario automatically rejected by the SHA system.
Yes, but I understand all that. So we haven't heard him explaining the loss. Yes, there was a loss.
Yeah, so the loss comes here. This is where the loss comes in. You actually did a normal delivery, which probably cost, I don't know how much they cost, but let's say 20,000. But because you want more money, you say this was a CS and you charge 100,000. So SHA has lost 80,000 there. That's where the loss is coming from, according to me. That's how I understand it. And perhaps that's how they are explaining it, because this report doesn't necessarily say how exactly they have come to that figure of 11 billion. But 11 billion nonetheless ni pesa, 1 billion ni pesa mingi. 500,000 ile pesa inasemekana ilipatiwa Mheshimiwa Junet ni pesa mingi sana. Yeah, so 11 billion.
No. Junet was given 500,000.
600
million.
600 million. Yes. So, getting back to SHA, this is a lot of money that could have done a lot of things. But anyway, we mentioned this yesterday. You can check it out on radiogeneration.co.ke. Another one here. United Opposition challenges IEBC's credibility ahead of 2027 elections. So what are they saying? This is what they're saying. The United Opposition on Wednesday held talks with officials of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, raising sharp concerns over the credibility, independence and preparedness of the electoral body ahead of the 2027 general election. In a statement issued by the meeting on Wednesday, the Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka said the opposition conveyed what he described as a growing national perception that the commission lacks independence from the executive. So Kalonzo amesema hivi: we made it clear that in its current form the IEBC is widely perceived as a William Ruto commission. This is not just our position as the opposition, but a growing national perception, and we challenged the commission to prove otherwise through its actions. Naona pa kwa picha, we have several leaders here. We have DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua. Naona pale huyu sijui ni nani, lakini kuna watu kadha wa kadha wamekuja hapa kuambia IEBC ya kwamba hawawaamini. So I don't know about you Kenyans, by the way. How do you feel about this IEBC as constituted?
That's a very good question. Kenyans, tell us what you think. You know, the thing that I always find fascinating with the IEBC, every electoral cycle.
Yes.
There's always some colossal sum that they need, and there's always a discussion and a very vivid and very lively discussion about the shortfall of what it is they need. Always.
Yes.
Always. Makes me wonder.
Yeah.
Is there not a more efficient way of running the IEBC?
Okay. I'm trying to think out loud alongside you. So efficient in what way?
Efficient in this sense, There's a way in which we go about our business. One of the things that happens every 5 years, we buy some new equipment. And those things cost.
To the tune of billions.
Yes. Are we saying that there are no people who manufacture equipment for this particular purpose that can last 3 electoral cycles?
I mean, I get your question, and it obviously makes a lot of sense.
You know, there's something that I've heard people talk about. When people tell you about, say, the verification system that is used, the matrix that is used, and the equipment that is used in biometric, sometimes it fails. You know that is actually nonsense. That equipment is so robust, depending on what you've bought. It is so robust. It can withstand harsh weather. It can withstand a lot of usage. It can withstand being ferried around. there are very many things that can withstand. When you have had elections as often as we have had, by now we have detailed the problems that the process normally comes with. We also understand what glitches the equipment is likely to have. The experts in these fields, they will tell you then, knowing the difficulties, what you should buy.
And not even that. You see, for instance, when we go to hospital, sometimes, especially when you, depending on your insurance provider, sometimes you provide your biometrics for you to be able to pay or rather to access those medical services, so that now the insurance can pay the hospital. And those systems serve millions of Kenyans.
For a long time.
And then, yes, for a very long time.
Yes.
And then guess what? Some of these insurance companies are multinational. So they are here in Kenya, they're in Uganda, they're in Tanzania, they are in maybe
Malawi,
Rwanda,
wherever,
exactly.
yes.
The same system, same software.
Yes.
So you find not only are you serving, let's say, 5 million people in Kenya, you're probably serving 20 in Tanzania and serving another 15 in Uganda, serving another God knows how many in Malawi. So if those people can actually have those systems, and those systems are good, na ziko sawa,
And they use every day.
na zinatumika on a daily basis,
Yes.
and their servers receive this information on
On
a
a
daily
daily basis.
and then they send to their headquarters, whether
On
it's
a
in
daily
Europe
basis.
or their headquarters in Asia or their headquarters in America. So there's a system that works. Why are we not borrowing that system and just making it, tweaking it just to serve elections? So what am I saying? Why do we have a system? Why do we use, for example, software from Venezuela? Na si kubaya. Mimi napenda watu wa Venezuela. They make very nice movies and very nice programs and nice music. But to be honest, that country over and over has been accused of their own electoral malpractices. Why are we getting a software and perhaps even equipment from that country? I would like to understand.
The election
Yeah.
and the processes that we are supposed to undergo when electing our leaders, in all honesty, it has to be a system that we can all trust.
Yes.
It saves us very many problems.
Trust is the word, because, for example, my neighbor, his daughter needed to go for some dental care, and because of that incident we read about here a couple of days ago, of that patient who went to a quack dentist and ended up dying. Everyone is asking ni hospitali gani kopoa, ni dentist mgani mzuri, ni wapi ninaweza enda ndio niweze kutibiwa. So me, the advice I gave them, I told them, you'd rather spend a lot of money but be assured of good quality care for your daughter. So I told him, go to the big name hospitals that we know, the AARs and the Nairobi hospitals and the Aga Khans, because sasa hapo ndio utakuwa sure, because them they know how they hire their staff
And their reputation is,
exactly.
very important to them.
So nilimwambia tu, bro, si ni mtoto wako na unampenda, usijipate tu in a situation where you're saying guy because you are trying to save some 3,000 5,000 somewhere. So long story short, why we need to apply the same for our own electoral system. Why are we going for, and this I'm putting it in air quotes, why are we going for quack systems? Is there a country that does the elections vizuri na hawajai kuwa na shida yoyote? I'm sure there is.
Ziko nyingi.
Exactly. Tuwaulize tu kama ni Italy, for example, mnafanyanga je?
Usienda hata Italy. India. Let's choose a country which has a very large 1.3 billion people.
Exactly.
Okay?
Tuende tuulize India. Hii kitu mnafanyanga.
Uski.
Sijaisikia watu wakienda kotini.
No.
Whether ni MPs wa huko ama MCAs wa huko. Sijaisikia.
They do,
Yeah.
but it is not
as bad as it is here.
No. It's the usual thing when someone complains. There'll be states where there are problems. Which
Of
come
course. I mean, everyone, and it's your right anyway to question.
Yes.
Yeah. So, for me, I think that is what Kenya needs to adopt, and we just need someone who's got the right cojones to ensure that that is done. Ndio tusahau mambo elections. We now focus on other things.
Actually, the other thing that you mentioned, which is actually true, is just in my opinion, the undue attention we give the election. Undue in this sense.
Yeah.
If we are not going to hold leaders to account, then don't bother too much about elections.
Yeah.
Because to elect is to create a responsibility and to delegate certain powers that the Constitution gives you as a citizen to somebody else.
Yes.
How do you give that person the powers and you do not superintend them? How? Because when you give someone power, they have power.
Yes.
And power is a nasty habit of really, really doing people in. It corrupts you. It makes people change, and they change for the worse.
Kweli.
So wewe umempatia mtu power tena nyingi to help direct to help put the direction of this country on an even keel.
Right.
Wao na wengine. You give that person all that power, and it's your power, and then you leave them to just do what they like with it. This power these guys have is not theirs, it's yours. Huh?
Yeah, it is. All right. A child trafficker slapped with 30 million fine in Lamu court. Yeah? Okay.
I'm fine.
Let's read it. Please, Funguka. It's one of the very many stories that you can see on the website. And as that opens up, there's another one here you can check out. Government opens portal for reporting corruption in grade 10 placements. Sakaja and Kemri sign a pact to boost disease surveillance and research in Nairobi. I show speed to get Ghanaian passport as Africa tour ends. Let me tell you something, Siti Muga. I show speed has really put Africa on the map, to be honest. And yesterday I was actually thinking, you know what? I think I show speed could be the most famous American today. Because number one, when he came to Africa, he was exposed to millions of viewers. He came to Africa when he had about 40 million subscribers on YouTube. By the time
40 million
YouTube subscribers. Perhaps it was even a bit less, I'm not sure. Because I know when he was in Kenya, it was about 43 million. And remember, he started Noko Chini, South Africa. So he probably came with that 40 million subscriber base. By the time he finished his stream in, which country was his last? Namibia, I think it was. By the time he was doing his last stream in Namibia, the guy had hit, when I last saw the numbers, they were 50.7 million. So he more or less added 10 million.
There are many people,
10 million people in Africa. Of course, some of them, because of the virtue of watching him from all over the world, in Asia, in Europe, and God knows.
Others may have.
Of course, yeah. Others, wanted to follow him because they wanted to know, what is this guy doing in Africa,
Actually, what was he doing in Africa?
He just took a tour. For example, when he came to Kenya, he just went to the streets. Akaenda kwa kinyozi hapa Nairobi CBD. Akaenda kwa hizi maduka za curios exhibitions nini. Akapatiwa huko bangili. Then akajipata Masai Mara. Kaenda kuangalia.
I saw him in that Masai garb.
Yes, akaenda huko akarukaruka na Wamasai kidogo and then akarudi kwao. Akatoka Kenya akaenda Ethiopia. Now in Ethiopia, of course, a similar situation. Now here in Kenya, he got about over 400,000 subscribers. And then in Ethiopia, he probably got a similar number, if not a bit less. The point here is, this guy could be right now, if you ask me, the most famous American.
How would we be measuring this fame?
This is just now according to my
anecdotally.
Yeah.
He is well known. Mm-hmm. There is a constituency that know him extremely well.
Right.
One American who was by far the most known happened to be Obama.
Yes.
This guy who is now president, for all manner of reasons, he's also very well known.
Yes.
Huyu
jamani anaitwa Donald Trump.
Donald huyu.
Yeah.
Yes.
The I show Speed Africa stream was awesome. He went to Algeria. He even showed us Africans things about our continent that we didn't know. And it's not because we are ignorant or anything. It's because we are also too busy with other problems.
But the taunting that he received in some North African countries.
Yes.
It raises a debate that has been discussed and still being discussed.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that makes an African an African?
Yeah. Is it the color of our skin? Is it our heritage? Is it what is it called? The fact that we belong to the continent of Africa? What makes Africa an African an African? Yeah. I would say it's being on the continent, or rather being a native of the continent of Africa.
If you talk about diversity, just diversity, we represent some serious diversity on this continent.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
And you're talking about natives. They didn't hop from some other continent to come here. They're just people who are here. Now, that diversity sometimes is confusing because if you start by looking at people based on their color, we have the full range.
Tuko na kila kitu from dark to
No, that thing is not dark.
white.
It's deep purple.
Yes, it is.
We have people who are blue black. I mean, that's them.
Yes.
And you have people who have very fair complexion. And I'm not saying that the complexion that you find among Caucasians. No.
Yeah.
They're exactly as we are, Negroid, but they are fair in complexion. Okay? Now, that. And then when you talk about appearance, okay? Facial appearance, our structures.
Yeah.
Whether you're a mesomorph, whether you're an endomorph, we have the full range. Beginning by people who are vertically challenged,
Yeah.
who the Westerners refer to as pygmies.
Wale watu wa pale Central Africa.
Wako wengi, bro.
Eh.
Okay? What they fail to understand, body sizes normally reflect what it is that a group of people have evolved over time to enable them to cope with the environment in which they live.
Yes.
Okay? Smaller bodies, they'll probably eat less, they're able to maneuver better. The things that they're able to do because of their body size can depend on the environment in which they live in. To understand this, you need to understand, say, Amazonia.
Yeah.
And some of the natives of Amazon. Many of them are not big in body or size. That is an evolutionary process that has taken place for them to understand and to cope and to deal.
Yeah.
But what makes an African an African? We'll look into that and discuss it at great length later on.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation with anthropologists. We need to talk to historians, people who actually understand this cultural diversity that we call race. Yeah. Ndio tujue nani ni Mwafrika. Tukisema wewe ni Mwafrika, sababu kuna pia wazungu wamekuja wamezaliwa huku na wamekuwa naturalized and their nationality is actually Kenya, for example. Their nationality is Benin, for example. But unaona mtu ni mzungu.
Yeah, but he's an African.
Yeah, he's an African. Exactly. All right. Sasa. There's that story about this child trafficker. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has secured a landmark conviction in a child trafficking case after a Lamu court sentenced a middle-aged woman to a fine of 30 million or 30 years imprisonment for trafficking a 16-year-old girl for exploitation. So there's an option here. She either goes to jail for 30 years or she pays a fine of 30 million and she's a free person. Now, in a judgment delivered by resident magistrate Flavian Mulama, Diana Akinyi Simiyu was found guilty of trafficking in persons contrary to Section 3.1 as read with Section 3.5 of the Counter Trafficking in Persons Act of 2010. The court ruled that the prosecution had proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, and the case was prosecuted by the prosecution counsel Ahmed Omar Mohammed, who presented evidence from 7 witnesses detailing how the accused deliberately lured, transported and harbored the minor from Thika to Mpeketoni in Lamu County through deception and manipulation.
30 years ni nyingi, bro.
So according to court records, Simiyu took advantage of the teenager's vulnerability following family disagreements. 30 million ama 30 years. Hii ndio nani anasemanga huyu jamaa wa vitimbi. Makoha anasemanga simoninyonge basi. Sababu hana 30 million. Simoninyonge basi. So let's do this thing we call traffic so that I can let you know which roads are passable, those ones that are impossible.
Traffic.
Sasa tunaangalia barabara tukianza na, let me just refresh this to ensure that we get the latest. Right, so taking a look at Kileleshwa, that entire area is looking green at this particular hour. So that means that you guys are moving quite well. Parklands and Westlands area also looking good. So that means if you're on Waiyaki way, wewe unasonga vyema kabisa tena sana. Lakini super highway pale kutoka Survey, KCA University Manenos all the way to Pangani, that is bumper to bumper. If you're driving into Eastleigh area, you guys are moving quite well actually. I'm looking at a map of Eastleigh 5th Street. It's absolutely looking fantastico. Sehemu za Pumwani kule, Meru Road, Majengo area, Digo Road, Lumbwa Street, huko kote mko sawa sawa. Ring Road Ngara haina shida yoyote, mko sawa kabisa. Kirinyaga Road, you guys are moving quite swiftly. And we're looking at Lusaka Road as well, no complaints. Jogoo Road, there's a little bit of a snarl up at Makadara. That area is a bumper. Then Mombasa Road looking clean apart from that area at Imaradaima, but beyond that, General Motors, you can layer beyond Bob Mill, getting into where is this, South C area, South B, South C area looking good. Nyayo, a little bit of traffic, but it's because of that roundabout, because everyone is accessing it. But beyond the roundabout, the roads are actually very clean. Ngong Road as well, apart from the roundabouts, it's only 6:35, so you guys are moving quite well. Let me check out this area we call Mombasani mwambaje, mwasemaje? Ni wapi kuna shikamana, ama ni wapi kuna maybe kashida kama hivi ka accident? Hakuna sehemu ambayo naona imeshikamana kwa sasa. Naangalia Airport Road iko sawa kabisa. Dongo Kundu pia iko sawa kabisa pale kwa bypass, hiyo bypass ya Ujamaa. Sunza Bridge as well looking fantastico. This is where now that bypass, the entire Dongo, the entire Dongo Kundu. Itabidi nimeisema na accent ndio niseme vizuri. Yeah, so that one is looking good at this particular hour. Likoni Ferry, kwa hiyo roundabout kila kitu kiko sawa, hamna shida yoyote. Yeah, beyond that, Bombolulu pia iko sawa. Beyond that, nothing really to report as far as traffic is concerned. But if you see something on the road that you think I should know, or I should be alerted to, please find us at Radio Gen KE across all our socials, and we shall be glad to engage with you.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Kuna jamaa hapa amejaribu kutupigia simu, acha nione anasema nini. Oh yeah, Mpasua Msonobari Malenga wa Utandawazi Kiangai amesema quite a name, eh? Yep. Amesema hey Radio Generation, mwambaji huko, sisi tuamba vyema kabisa kakablaza, hatuna shida yoyote. Kuna watu hapa pia ningependa kupatia salamu haraka. Don Sabwa, that is on YouTube, anasema Paul, how are you? Ask CT, did Kenya receive 30 billion for grade 10 transition? If yes, why the struggle and struggling of the transition? Tunaenda Singapore oye. CT tulipata 30 billion ya transition.
30 billion ilikuwa ni kufanya nini?
Yeah, transition, ya grade 10 transition.
I am not certain.
Yeah. What I know, Don Sabwa, is that President Ruto said every child who qualified for grade 10 should report to school, with or without school fees, with or without uniform. That is what the president said. So, alisema kesi baadaye mufiki huko, kishafika, we deal with the situation while you're in school.
Yes, but is it happening?
According to yesterday's newspaper, they said about 80,000 students countrywide have not reported to school.
We read of cases of individuals seeking help. There's one particular one that I read today of a young lady in Nandi who actually walked 10 kilometers to the police station.
She's called someone Cherono, I think. Yeah.
Sandra. Now, when the president makes such a pronouncement, it has to be cascaded down so that people get to hear it.
Yeah.
Not everybody's on social media.
True.
Not everybody listens to the radio. Not everyone watches TV.
Not everyone reads papers.
Yes. There is need for the structure of government, as it is cascaded down to the local level, for this message to be passed on.
But that structure exists. It's called the what are they called? The county governments. Not the county governments, but the county commissioners.
Yes.
All the way to the chief.
Yes. The assistant county commissioners up to chief. It exists. And unless things have changed since I last knew about this, the chiefs have barazas on a weekly basis. And that is usually the place where such information can be passed on.
Yes.
So it's important.
Yeah.
Okay. It is not the first time we've had pronouncements of that nature. When President Kibaki made a similar pronouncement, we saw
it happening.
Yes, over 1 million people here who had never been going. In fact, I said, you mean to tell me these people were not going to school? Because they couldn't. People went to school.
You know, I remember during Dr. Matiang'i's time at the Interior Ministry, Alisema akipata mwanafunzi mwenye ajaenda shule, the chief will be personally answerable.
Yes.
Nakumbuka alisema akaambia machifu wote, tukipata mtoto kwa area yako hajaenda shule, you and your sub chief will tell us what is happening.
Do you know where it is now that the rubber definitely meets the road here?
Yeah.
Is that we hear of such pronouncements. Remember the pronouncements we've heard over time? We started hearing it in the Uhuru era with regards to fees. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the issue of head teachers. Head teachers have a mind of their own.
Yeah.
The minister says this, the head teachers decide, you keep talking. Yeah, those children, they're not coming to school.
Yes. Kama hakuna fees wanakuja kufanya nini?
Hawakuji.
Kama hawana uniform wanakuja kufanya nini? Yeah.
Hawakuji.
I know what walikuwa naingilia Professor Magoha, the way he just used to appear in schools huko mashinani ushago. But I feel like, you know, he was trying to make a point. He was trying, and also Matiang'i did it at one point. I remember also
Matiang'i started it.
Yes, but there's someone who started storming places of work, and that is Nani. The one I remember. No. The late Garissa Maitha, when he was a minister for, was it works or something?
Minister for local authority.
Kitu kama hiyo. That guy, when he was appointed minister like this, the next day jamaa alianza kutokezea kwa maofisi.
Let me ask you something.
Yes,
Paul.
sir. Mm-hmm.
The drama that is represented by people suddenly appearing in schools. Matiang'i would be found in school even before 7. So whoever it is who's coming to teach there finds the minister is actually there. Okay? For purpose of dramatic effect, it's very good. But how do you sustain it?
Like I said, for me, that was a statement. To make sure, look, Honorable Ruku did that the other day. He actually went to, I can't remember which county, but he visited several offices in a particular county, and he would storm these offices just to confirm that, number one, watu wako kwa ofisi, and then number two, Kenyans are being given the services they deserve or they require from those particular offices.
Let me say something that may sound rather harsh, but to me there are signs of incompetence.
Okay.
And I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying this.
All right.
If you have a system which works, you don't even need to surprise people. You actually tell them the day on which you are going to see them. So they know. You need to be able to verify what you want and to know whether the thing is working through a system.
Yes.
There are very many places where a very simple, basic rule existed. People signed in. Now, where the problem would come in is you write the time you come in.
Yes.
If you come later, you can't write a time that was before.
Yule mwenye ako juu yako kama ashaandika 8.
Ama say you're done.
Wewe yedo andike 801.
Yes.
ama uandike 802.
And the person after that has written 823. You can't write 8. Wewe utaandika 804 ukienda chini. I'm simply saying this. The drama that we see when very senior government officials believe that is how to do work tells me that there's a failure somewhere within the structure of their ministries or in their own thinking and their own planning to actually create a system that provides that supervisory role.
Yes.
So that it works. Why? There are entities within this same country where those systems work. People go to work when they're supposed to go to work, and they report when they're supposed to. And if they don't report, it is known they're not reporting. Yes.
But you see, I also like that whole surprising people in the office thing. Why? Because when you ukitokezea suddenly, it's just like in high school when walimu walikuwa tokezea suddenly and then they search for contraband. That's when you will know that actually Mbuvi analetanga bangi shule. That's when you'll know CT hides alcohol in his whatever. That's when you will know Fulani has got condoms in his bag. So iyo kutokezea watu suddenly, you will get actually to know the criminal elements. But if you tell them in advance, of course that's the day Mbuvi will hide all the bangi or smoke all of it.
Paul,
yes.
We inherited a system, a security system.
Yeah.
In the olden days, it was called special branch. Okay? Intelligence. The way the intelligence system worked in Kenya, anybody could be an intelligence officer. You wouldn't know. There were those who went to the offices, they were known. But there were people who went about the normal businesses that they were involved in. Our universities were full of intelligence officers.
Yeah.
Me, I used to think it was a joke. And someone says, this guy, we were first years, but second years when you'd notice. I said, but this guy, there are these third years who said they were this guy in first year. Now this guy's a first year with us as well. Some come for masters. Stories are told of people who, for some reason, went to Vigilance House and met some people. And they say, that is where I was posted then. I used to work. We have a system that actually enables anybody who cares to understand these very things that we're saying without you necessarily being able to surprise. If I was an intelligence officer and I'm working here, you wouldn't know. If 3 other people who come here as interns or intelligence officers, you wouldn't know. But they're here and they know exactly what happens.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying there is a system. Unless someone tells me that system is broken and it doesn't work. The once in a while surprise, I agree with you completely. But they didn't make it once in a while.
Yeah.
They made it the norm. And so the system was, you never know when this person is going to arrive on your doorsteps.
Yeah.
So you are constantly on the watch because you don't know when they're going to arrive. That was the system.
Okay. But I like that storming thing.
Of course you do.
This is what the Daily Nation says at the front page. United in impunity. Allah. All right. Daily Nation wameamua pia hizi
Wameamka.
wameamua hizi manini ndio zina trend. Hizi what are they called? The headlines, yeah? Anyway, this is what they're saying. United in impunity. Former DP challenges Interior Minister to name persons who ordered police to attack him. Former DP challenges Interior Minister, to name persons who ordered police to attack him. Okay. So the regional commissioner and security team must take legal action against those who raided the church and caused chaos to ensure it doesn't happen again. This is according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen. And then... so the people is asking, is this a cover-up? 4 days after the attack on former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at a church service in Nyeri, the latest in the string of similar incidents, there have been 4 days after the attack on former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at a church service in Nyeri, the latest in a string of similar incidents, there has been no reported questioning of suspects or arrests. Security chiefs have also ignored queries about the status of investigations into the bloody violence. That story is on page 4 and 5. So officers on the spot, those who are in charge of security in this country, who are asked, include and not limited to Douglas Kanja, the Inspector General of Police, Mohamed Amin, Director, DCI, Mushiri Nyaga, National Police Service spokesperson, Joshua Nkanatha, Central Regional Commissioner, Jasper Ombati, Regional Police Commander. Sasa hawa ndio wanaulizwa picha muliona, video muliona, tukakwambia mheshimiwa Betty Maina ako involved, haya Rigathi Gachagua pia mmemuita mumuulize kulienda aje, mnajua Honorable Cleophas Malala alikuwa hapo, have you questioned him about the incident, have you taken their, what are they called, their statements. Sasa okay, so imefikia wapi kitu? So from this headline, it's like none of that has happened.
The thing that I consider worrying is the precedence that is being set. The temperatures, as we refer to them in Kenya, political temperatures to be precise, have a tendency of increasing the volume and noise as we move along and as we near an election period.
Okay.
Now, we've just begun the year. We haven't even finished the first month of the year. And this is what we're being greeted with.
Imagine.
Now, right now, we have a situation where matatus want to go on strike.
Yes, and they have also threatened violence.
On who?
On motorbikes, yes. They have said if one of them is attacked, all the matatus on that route will descend on all the motorcycles.
They will. They are just among the most unruly group of people we can come across, these motorbike people. Attitude galore.
But unajua pia city, as we go back to this sort of impunity, also watu wa nduthi ni watu wabaya na watu wa matatu pia ni watu wabaya. Na watu wabaya na wabaya wakipatana wanakuwa wabaya zaidi.
You know something? These two groups of individuals are the people who disregard traffic laws more than anybody else in the country. The piki, because of the nature of their means of business and transport, they are swifter, they are nimble, but they react and respond as a group in ways that should send shivers down your spine. One of them hits you, hits your car. Count to 10 and see how many of them will be there. Some want to open your door, some want to do this, some want to do the other, and they're making noise and you're going to pay. A brave one may even push you. They are a terrible lot. They are a terrible lot. Matatu drivers insult you. They drive badly. They block you. They do not cause bodily harm and cause the problems that motorcycle riders cause. I wonder, did the police give up on them? Because if you are at a traffic light, my friend, the traffic light, it's like they go to driving schools, a completely different one, and there's a completely different traffic regulation that is meant for that they follow, because they clearly don't follow the ones that we follow.
True, it's true. So
this calls, look, there was an attempt to regulate and regularize this.
Yes, matatu sector and the piki sector.
I'm getting at something here, Paul. We are getting into a point where there are very many groups of people who are just disregarding the law. That's what we're seeing here. But some people are telling you and threatening you that they are actually going to take the law into their own hands. What do you think you've just heard? What happened in Nyeri? That is not a good thing when the story that is unfolding Sunday. Today is Thursday, if I'm not wrong.
It is Thursday.
Is when we read that the minister in whose docket security falls under is making a statement saying, arrest these people.
Yes.
The statement should have been made that Sunday. That Sunday.
The moment that incident happened.
That Sunday. You investigate this thing, want to know what has happened.
Yeah.
My friend, these are not good times that we're living in. Because the moment, how do you think lawlessness creeps into a society? This is how it does.
Because now we have lawlessness in politics. We have now lawlessness in the transport sector.
Yes.
We are seeing drama with, and it's actually been mentioned here, Ogamba, Duale under fire over schools and SHA crisis. Now you can imagine we are having, these are now how many ministries? We have the Interior Ministry, we have the Education Ministry, and then now we have the Health Ministry.
These are very key ministries, Chief.
Na hizo ni shida nyingi kukua nazo kwa serikali moja.
Yes.
You know, it's easier to deal with one headache at a time. Let's deal with SHA, you know. But we can't have SHA, we can't have insecurity, we can't have education crisis. Like for me, even the president, I'm sure he just wakes up and looks at these headlines.
Gets a headache.
And he's just like, sasa nyinyi bana, munataka namna gani?
Let me ask you something, Paul.
Yes.
In your time when you finished, it was 8,
Standard 8, yes.
Did you ever read of such a problem? See, people just went to Form 1.
Tulikuwa tunangojea results zinatajwa before Christmas.
Mnaenda skuli.
Ulikuwa unajua unakula Christmas ukijua kama wewe unaenda Alliance ama unaenda Rodhemeto.
Yes.
But the point is ulikuwa unajua by Christmas. Yes. And we didn't have also placement problems. We didn't have transition issues. Yeah.
We have a new system and it's likely to have problems. But even those in charge should be talking about the problems and talking about how it is they're resolving them. Okay? Because they exist, yes. When you have a system such as this one, there will be problems that we understand.
For sure.
But they're the ones who should take the lead and give us a way forward. When they're quiet or they don't give adequate reason as to why or what and what is happening, then people make up their own minds and decide exactly what's happening.
And there's another problem on the judiciary we shall be reading shortly on the Standard. But on the front page of the Daily Nation still, Mbarire diverted 10 million to Kindiki political event.
As far as I'm concerned, that is not a national problem.
This is a what problem?
That is a county problem. It is, what's that party of theirs called?
Bro, where does a governor get 10 million?
Oh, how many billions does the governor get?
In terms of what? In terms of money for the county?
Yes.
Of course, billions.
Precisely. So what is 10 million?
Hii ni pesa yetu.
Okay, of course it is.
Ni pesa ya watu wa Embu.
Bro, that is a small matter compared to what we're just discussing.
But you know, it's these small matters in Embu. We have another one in Thika. in Kiambu. Then we have another one in Kitui County. And then when we get the auditor's report next year, same time, we are told how 60 billion or upwards of even 100 billion was mismanaged.
As far as I'm concerned, that is an example of impunity.
Yes.
It's an example of how resources are misused. This is money that had been budgeted for a specific function.
Yes.
It was diverted. Money can be diverted, but there are processes that must be followed if you want to divert money after it has been budgeted and allocated for something specific.
Yeah.
Okay? I am not saying it is something that we shouldn't discuss. The list of priorities of things which we're discussing now, it is not a priority.
Yes.
We've mentioned it, we know. Sawa. Sawa.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you.
That child you mentioned, Sandra Cherono, the police station that she walked into, paid for her fees. They're saying here on page 3, Sandra Cherono walked into Kapsabet police station not to report a crime but to ask for financial help, and she got it. Big shout out to our police officers in Kapsabet police station ambao I'm sure walishikana hapo wakachanga tu shilingi 2-3 wakamsaidia kupata school fees, and perhaps maybe even
they've actually promised they're going to pay for the whole year.
I would want them to do for the entire what is it called?
4 years.
Yeah.
My friend, wameanza, this is a relay. Let other people pick it up and help also.
Yeah.
Yes.
Standard says shaming judiciary. Hii mambo ya Isaac Ruto. The independence of the judiciary is facing a credibility test as allegations of partisan conduct engulf a sitting Judicial Service Commission commissioner. With High Court interviews days away, critics warn that political colors have been smuggled into an institution meant to be blind to power. At the center of the storm is JSC Vice Chair Isaac Ruto, who fraternized with ruling party structures, raising fears that judicial processes risk being reduced to a loyalty test. Is tricky. Someone is making a phone call here. Can we see who it is? Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yes. Who are we talking to, and where are you calling from?
You are talking to Baraza from USA.
Barasa from United States of America.
Yes.
Uko namna gani ndugu?
Niko vizuri sana na vizuri sana.
All right. What is your comment or question?
Actually nilikuwa nataka kuulizia hiyo mambo ulikuwa naongea na huyu anaitwa nani, Malala.
Senator Malala.
Yeah. Sasa nyinyi mnaongea alafu yeye kosa mmemuita hapo kuongea. Yeah, lakini nilikuwa nataka muongee hiyo mambo ya Othaya.
Ya Othaya.
Yeah, lakini nyinyi mkaanza kutapatapa kila mahali.
Yeah,
but my question.
Yes.
You guys, you're calling these people to come to your show.
Yes. Some of them request.
Yeah.
Some of them request, some of them we call.
Yes, some of them you call, some of them you request. But my question is, when Gachagua was mentioning that those guys were police officers and then the goons from the government escorting that, he gave numbers for the MP for Matera.
Okay.
The police officer for MP for Matera. He also gave the number for his wife.
Okay.
Yeah, and then also the 2 years.
So what is the question? I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah, ile ni nini na kuuliza. Why you guys as media, why don't you investigate if those numbers he gave were those police officers in that facility or they were somewhere else?
All right, so let's do this. We shall definitely get back to you on that one. But thank you very much for your contribution. We need to get into the news right now, but it's a valid question indeed that you have asked. So thank you so much. Amesema anapiga kutoka wapi? Si tumesikia mahali amesema anapiga kutoka
US.
United States of America. Ameuliza swala nyeti hapo. So ndugu, asante tena sana. But right now though, let's check out what Winnie Maganga has got to say as far as the news is concerned. Then when we get back, definitely we'll see what we can say about those particular numbers he's talking about.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has spoken over claims that the country lost 11 billion Kenya shillings through fraudulent payments under the Social Health Authority. Speaking on Citizen TV, Duale says his ministry has restored order and accountability in the health sector. The ministry has come under renewed scrutiny following reports that billions of shillings may have been claimed through fake surgeries and suspicious medical bills.
But I've explained to you the 11 billion. Maybe he's part of the people we have rejected their claims. He's part of the fraudulent. You can call me a liar. You can call me a bulldozer. You can call me anything. But we will not pay rejected 11 billion. All these people who wanted to get the 11 billion fraudulent rejected claims, including my own hospitals, our own hospitals, Ministry of Health. I mean, what we rejected for Kenyatta National Hospital, let me tell you, it was 241 million.
Police in Kabarnet, Baringo County have seized more than 300 cartons of illicit second-hand generation alcohol. The alcohol, made up of various brands, was found inside a residential house in Kabarnet town. The raid was carried out after tip-off from members of public, with police working alongside local administrators and elders. A report by the Auditor General has landed Embu Governor Cecil Mbarire and members of her executive in trouble over illegal 10 million shillings withdrawal. The money was taken from the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks program and allegedly used to host border operators during a political meeting. Appearing before the County Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday, Governor Mbarire struggled to justify the withdrawal, which had flagged by the Auditor General as unlawful.
You raided the KIPES account to finance a border function. How can it be the way the chair has put it, that you can raid that account to finance Mandazi?
Chair, around the month of June, we had what we were calling a Buddha Summit, where we were launching the Buddha Circle. And he came and told me, we have no money. Yeah, I don't like lying, because you see, if the money didn't go to my pocket,
you actually don't have a choice.
Then I have no reason.
Are you not under oath?
No, I'm not doing a favor. I'm doing what I should say.
Many Kenyans do not trust that the country has strong systems to protect personal data, says ICT Cabinet Secretary William Kabogo. Speaking in Mombasa during the closing of the annual Data Privacy Conference, Kabogo said this mistrust is largely based on misconceptions. He noted that the lack of confidence in slowing down innovation and hurting Kenya's digital transformation efforts.
Trust is now the currency of the digital economy. Without trust, innovation slows. Without trust, citizens disengage. Without trust, digital transformation fails. We are reinforcing accountability within the public sector. Trust begins with leadership. Government must be the highest standard bearer for lawful, ethical, and secure data processing. Compliance is not optional.
A passenger plane has crashed in northern Colombia, killing all 15 people on board, the country's state-run airline Satena confirmed. In a statement, it said its aircraft suffered a fatal accident but gave no further details. The wreckage has now been located in a mountainous area. The official passenger list includes lawmaker Diogenes Quintero and Carlos Salcedo, a candidate in upcoming congressional elections. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Yes, my folks here in the studio are making lots of noise.
Yes, we are.
My friends and colleagues in the studio are making makelele mengi sana. But yes, it is exactly 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. The frequency in Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. If you're in Mombasa, then you're definitely catching us on 90.7. Nakama, you're driving towards Garissa, please make sure that you tune to 89.5 FM because that is where we are currently vibrating on. We have Professor Alfred Omenya in the studio. He's a policy and governance expert, and we want to talk about the wrangles within political parties. Professor, good morning to you and a happy new year.
Good morning, Bubi. Always a pleasure.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And
CT.
Nasemanga nilikuwa naambia CT that you are full of energy. Every single time we host you here, it's almost impossible to lose concentration because you're always I'm training my eyes on you. So karibu sana.
Asante sana. No. This is always very exciting. I think the space is also energizing.
Yes.
You can
it is actually. It is.
But if the space is not energizing, the energy might not come out.
Kidogo inakuanga tricky.
Kabisa.
You witnessed the drama, the chaos.
Well,
yes.
Let me ask this man the proverb.
Please, by then nilikuwa nimesahau. We have a proverb from Malawi.
Wisdom.
Yes, Malawi.
Right.
All I want you to tell me is what you believe is the interpretation of this particular proverb from Malawi. That's it.
Right.
It is only when the flood is gone that you can claim to be lucky.
In fact, this is interesting. Let me give context.
Yes.
I have actually worked in Malawi and I've worked on floods as part of climate change work. And the entire country floods. Literally. The entire country actually floods. So devastation of floods in Malawi is well known and is traditional and is also current. and that flood clears everyone. It clears roads, it clears houses, it clears homes, it clears everything. And I think the issue, the reason why this proverb makes a lot of sense is that nobody, absolutely nobody, is safe from the floods. It sweeps everyone. It sweeps the guys with permanent houses. It sweeps the guys walking. It sweeps the guys with the cars. It sweeps the farms. Yes. So it's only when the flood is gone that you can tell whether or not
you are safe.
You are safe. That's a flood. But of course, I think it's also like some of these tsunamis we talk about. There's some events that basically affect all of us and hits everyone. And you cannot pretend that you can buttress them in any way. So it's only after the calamity is gone. For example, a good one is our friend Donald Trump. It is only when Trump will be gone that we'll tell who was lucky and who wasn't.
Because clearly everyone is being swept.
Everyone is being swept.
Yeah.
And so is the Kasongo economy.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. He seems to be targeting everyone from Venezuela to Greenland to even threatening his allies.
Today you might be safe celebrating. The following day he might have put 1,000% tariffs on you.
You never know.
You never know.
Yeah, but karibu sana, Prof.
Sorry, sana.
Before the proverb, I wanted to ask you, you witnessed the chaos on Sunday that happened in Nodhaya, Kule Witima.
Yes.
That involved DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua and his followers and friends, and of course congregants who had gone to this church to worship.
Correct.
What do you make of that drama?
Basically, what I talked about here is a leadership, both in the opposition and in government, that is bereft of imagination and just common sense, so good sense. I think one of the things that any sensible leader does, and unless of course you're not sensible at all, is also to let your enemies, roam around free, so that they can see how well you do your things. I remember the NAC government, when they came to power, one of the things that Kibaki said is that he had wanted Moi to hang around to see how a country can be run properly. And I think the problem we now have is a problem of thuggery, where government is behaving as thugs and the opposition is behaving as thugs. So it's impossible to tell, exactly who bought tear gas from Gikomba, or who bought it from wherever. Yeah, because on one side somebody saying no, the tear gas people in the church, and on the other hand somebody saying no, those who are complaining are the ones who tear gassed, and now they're blaming the government. But because both parties are well-known thugs, it becomes almost impossible to believe either. In fact, for me, I don't apply my mind to it at all, because it's a waste of my time and my energy. Because we know one of them is culpable, and one of them will be culpable in the next one, and we don't know whether it will be the government or it will be the
opposition,
the former government. In the name of Rigathi Gachagua. These guys are thugs. These guys are thieves. These fellows are not even meant to lead a village, cattle deep as it actually were. And that's a problem. It's a problem of leadership in this country, really.
City was just telling us, reminding us in the previous hour, that imagine it's been 4 days since that chaos was witnessed.
Correct.
And it is only yesterday that CS Murkomen is saying that the regional commissioner and security team must take legal action. That is something that, to be honest, should have been said immediately.
Not even said. I mean, legal action against who? The truth of legal action against the affected party or whatever it is. But this is my point, Movie. We pay taxes.
Yes, we do.
And part of the reason why we pay taxes is for the people who work for us to tell us these things that we are grappling with. Really, it is not for Gachagua to explain what happened inside there. It is for government. Government has a responsibility, a constitutional responsibility, a responsibility in law, and they have the resources. We don't pay taxes to Gachagua. So having castigated Gachagua generally, we expect government to tell us exactly what happened. And when this pussyfooting by government is not acceptable, telling us, you got tear gas the same place where you got your protective clothing and things like that. That is the thuggery we expect on the streets. And this is annoying, actually, and Ruto government people must actually listen to this. This is very annoying, because the pedestrian way in which people in that government behave is crazy. You saw the Minister of Education, how he's answering questions and so on. He's never been to schools. He has no idea what's going on there. And yet we're at a critical period. You've seen Duale,
sharp billions.
And saying, they'll actually take action. As people are crying, this thing is, is actually being looted. You never see any sort of direct responsibility from government. It's like the problem is from somewhere else. If you come and loot government that has all the resources and the army and the police and so on, it is the looter who's blamed. And you're not even telling us that the measures that you're putting in place with our taxes to ensure that this nonsense stops. Yeah, so basically, I really don't have much kind words of these thieves hanging around in Ruto's government.
And the several officers who've been high-ranking police officers who've been mentioned here, who should actually ensure that something is done, whether it's the Gachagua team that is arrested, or the Betty Maina team, or any other team that was responsible for this chaos. They have mentioned the IG Kanja, they've mentioned DCI Director Mohammed, they have mentioned Mushiri Nyaga here, who's the police service spokesperson, Central Regional Commissioner Joshua Nkatha, and then now Regional Police Commander Jasper Ombati. All these fellows, no one is coming out to tell us where the problem was, whether this was stage managed, because there have been allegations of stage managing, whether it was just a blanket attack on DCP leaders that had gone to this church. Like, no one is telling us anything substantial. All we are getting from the CS is people will be arrested or should be arrested, and then from the Rigathi side, we are being told that, you know, nothing is being done, but nothing seems, there's no direction, basically.
Nothing will be done for exactly the same reasons. These guys, the problem is that we're playing politics with matters governance and matters management of the country.
And people's lives.
And people's lives.
Yes.
But you see, that doesn't even bother me much. Part of the reason why it doesn't bother me much is that, as I've said, both of these parties are hell-bent on causing problems. In this particular instance, government and DCP, which is I call it former government, is government and government. But for me, what is more concerning, the way we look at these things from a research and knowledge perspective, is that we are very sure, we are very, very sure that the floods are coming. The floods are about to start, you know, when the campaigns hit the ground. And all sort of nefarious human beings get multiplied like a plague, and they'll be all over the place. From MCAs, we call them MCAs. They're still MRATs. Yes, correct. and then the members of parliament, also famously known as MPigs. I think the ones who don't have a moniker are the governors and senators. But anyway, we know Kenya's election to be extremely violent. Very, very violent, and we've seen this even in the hotspots and so on. Government and Murkomen and his team and the police and so on need to actually tell us that they're in charge.
Yeah.
These same characters who are causing problems the other day have promised that 2027 will make 2007, 2008 look like a piece of cake. So we as citizens, we need to have confidence that we have a government that is in charge.
Yeah.
Honestly, think of this as yourself. Put yourself in the position of Commissioner of Police, or Commissioner of DCI, and you're told, okay, DCP is having this function somewhere. Really, I mean, you expect problems there. And you actually expect, because of the rival groups and so on, and you can't tell me that you just sit and do nothing. Really, yeah, because that is information you already have anyway from intelligence, but you also have it from history.
Yes,
it's like a situation where you know that Omenya and Mbuvi, whenever they meet, they'll fight.
Yeah,
and then somebody tells you that Omenya and Mbuvi are actually meeting this Sunday. You know that there's going to be a fight. So the only issue is how do you stop the fight?
Yes.
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not good for. In fact, government should actually show is preparedness, his hand through these small events in terms of just being properly prepared, being properly non-partisan in dealing with the tsunami that is coming, which is the 2027
general
election. Not general election violence.
Yes,
that one we should also plan for it. And in fact, we should even have budgets for it. Actually, general election violence is coming because that is how we've been conducting our affairs.
Former Governor Isaac Ruto, who's now the vice chair of JSC, also has been. It is said that he's fraternizing with the government because, according to the Standard newspaper, this is what they're saying.
Right.
Shaming judiciary. The independence of the judiciary is facing a credibility test as allegations of partisan conduct engulf a sitting Judicial Service Commission commissioner. I'm sure you've seen this.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Again, it's the same thing. It's lack of political hygiene. It's lack of good behavior. It's lack of everything. We know Ruto very well, extremely well. I was even shocked that the guy became the vice chair of the Judicial Service Commission. But such a country, we very soon will get a convict as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya if we go this route. Ruto is a well-known politician. And you see, I can liken this with on a positive side, since it affects the same characters, with the recently appointed judges of Court of Appeal. Those guys have been around. If you look at all of them, they've been around. Some of them have been judges, some of them have been lawyers, some of them have been whatever. Have played different roles and so on. And one of the things that made me happy about that list is that if you looked at everyone, none of them. There's none you can point fingers to and say, look here, this person's work, whatever this person has been doing and so on, is likely to compromise, his ability to undertake this task. I don't know where the lawyers decided that Ruto was the best person for the whatever. I don't know how they made that decision. But these are well-known politicians, actually. These are well-known partisan individual. So how they are going to convert him so that he becomes a normal human being becomes very difficult. I mean, how are you going to convert a hyena to be a lion or you're worse still,
an antelope?
No, your dog to protect your animals there. I don't know. So for me, what's actually happening here is that Ruto is basically saying, look here, this Judicial Service Commission is giving it a middle finger, basically saying, I'm doing it because I have nothing much to do, but otherwise I'm a politician, I'm partisan, I want to be seen as such, and so on and so forth. So it's up to the lawyers, it's up to Judicial Service Commission
How do you measure
to call these people to order.
Prof, how do you measure impartiality?
No. You see the things, It's not even impartiality. I would give two very quick, very practical examples.
Okay.
I happened to be in. I was in some estate where there was a big investor who was a good friend of mine, and he had built supermarkets and so on in the estate, supplies water and stuff. And I'm considered to be one of the big investors there also. But now this guy was at loggerheads with the estate leadership. The estate leadership is actually based on many individuals who just have one property there and residents.
Yes.
And they're fighting each other because, these guys, for whatever reason, refuse to pay
Yes.
the estate. And I'm his friend. And on the other hand, I'm a law-abiding member of the estate. And, of course, the fight became so severe that now two groups had to, basically get out. So what did I do? I actually recused myself from both parties. Because I said, look, this guy is my friend. Yeah, and I told him, I think you are wrong.
Yes.
But on the other hand, the estate management had also wronged him.
Yes.
And I was the best person, as far as I was concerned, that could bring the the two parties together.
Right.
But saying this, for example, we don't see judges in public rallies. For example, we don't see. It's optics, not even impartiality. We don't see DCP guys attending UDA rallies and so on, because it is common sense, as actually were, that some particular responsibilities requires that you are seen. The lawyers are the ones who like using those terminologies. That you're seen to be independent. And I think JSC is as such. Because this is a national body and so on. You don't want the optics to be seen to be aligned to one political formation, against another. And of course, if you must do something there, it has to be very clear to the populace why you are attending those meetings, and you'll be attending them generally as a more neutral person. So it's not so much of being independent. It is also public perception. You can imagine, we've spoken about this. You can imagine head of DCI or head of police attending public rallies for one party and so on. While it might be okay, but on the other hand, our perception, it affects our perception as the public. That then affects how that particular office functions. We start thinking that maybe DCI is aligned to this party and that party, and we have very many organizations and commissions that are like that, including even the church, actually, as it were.
Yeah.
The process by which people get to be members of the Judicial Service Commission, I think, is what is on trial here.
Exactly.
Because if you look at how many members does it have? 7?
Yeah, yes, has more than that. Yeah, slightly more.
Now, I just threw in that number.
Yes.
There are positions that are given
correct
to the judiciary.
Correct, true.
LSK.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
Then there are others that are now given supposed to be a representation from the public. But the president gets to appoint.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
I do not know if there's clarity as to how they decide who in the public should be appointed, but they are appointed.
Correct.
Public Service Commission also has a say
in
this particular process.
True.
So if you ask me, this is a body that determines who it is who sits on the bench.
Correct.
They are the people who determine any disciplinary issues that arise from that same arm of government.
Exactly.
Okay?
All the way From the Chief Justice. They're even the one who gives us
the Chief Justice is actually a member.
And is
of
a
that
member
panel.
also.
So
once appointed, becomes
if
a
you
member.
ask me, the Judicial Service Commission is already bent in one direction.
Exactly.
It leans seriously in one direction.
Correct.
And the public is not adequately represented.
That is true.
Okay. So, when you have a vice chair who is a member of a political party,
right,
you are right when you say that the optics are what is bad. But I prefer the bad optics because it's out in the open so we know, as opposed to the pretense that the Judicial Service Commission will be impartial when it comes to people with whom they share a profession.
Very, very true. And yes, I could have emphasized one bit of it, but going to the lawyers again, I mean, saying that, justice must be done, but justice must also be seen to be done. So it's not just the optics. We expect that these guys would also execute the mandate as is expected by law, and to be seen by to be doing so. So of course when optics are wrong, it's actually a confirmation that the mandate itself, that justice is not being done. Because they're saying most of the times you cannot be in a situation where what you actually see, what you actually hear is contrary to the law, and still imagine that that the law is actually being followed to the letter. Yes.
If the allegations that we heard and read about, and in fact were published in the papers, about there being a requirement that people who belong to a certain group or a certain part of the government, or a certain arm of government, that within the Judicial Service Commission, that the rule of law, as we know it, should exclude them. Meaning,
correct.
So when you hear utterances of that sort, you're saying, wait a moment, you want to entrench impunity for a certain group.
Exactly.
Exactly. So what exactly are you doing?
But you see, again, this is where our leadership is failing us. And by leadership here, I mean the president and the other arms of government, because a lot of these so-called independent commissions and entities like this, the thinking behind it is exactly what we are talking about here. That it is envisaged that these are people who are known to be not to be partisan, despite the fact that they're being appointed by different entities. I think it's just like what has happened already with the executive and the ministers, who are fellows who are actually meant to be neutral public servants, and in a very short period of time, we actually have a situation where even the speakers of the National Assembly are actually leaders of well-known parties.
Yes,
and they still run them. Where ministers attend public rallies with the president and politic.
Permanent, not permanent.
Principal
secretaries also attend rallies. So you're thinking,
spend rallies.
Yes,
and go there to tell people, look, I mean, they support this government because I
need the salary.
If you support the government, of course, that's the one thing they never say. We'll bring development to this side. They never actually. When you listen to them, one of the things that is very sad about this country currently is that we almost have no space at all, from the presidency through parliament through these characters we're talking about, ministries and so on, where national issues, national programs are being discussed. Where you're saying, no, as a country, this is what you're looking at and so on. Well, the only thing you hear is that if fellows come from the north, these guys tell them, the president is doing this for you and will be coming there. When chaps come from western, or government is doing 1, 2, 3, 4 things. So that big picture thinking is just not there at all. But it tells you actually the crisis that we actually have, and it's the same thing that we're talking about here. That you bring everybody there who's totally partisan, and largely, of course, you also bring them there because either they failed to make money wherever they were, so now you open up public coffers for them to make money, or they had made money from where they are, but because they're extremely greedy, then of course you create spaces for them to make money. So you listen to these characters and you wonder which planet they actually came from. I mean, I think what is happening currently is a very interesting ability of those who are in power to collect, the highest concentration of morons to run anything. And we're sure nothing will be delivered, honestly.
Yesterday we had a conversation here with the DCP party deputy party leader, Cleophas Malala. And one thing he was telling us is that President Ruto is currently cooked as far as his options for 2027 are concerned. And the reason he said this is because he said the mountain, through Professor Kindiki, will definitely demand that he continues with him as his running mate in 2027. But then again, on one side, we have ODM insisting that they will not go for anything less as far as a coalition with them is concerned of the position of deputy president. And then, of course, again, we have Luyas on this other side who are perhaps also demanding something as far as the negotiations are concerned. What do you think is going to happen to this, to the options that the president has in 2027?
I think if I was the president, well, I would sort of tell Kenyans the truth,
which is
that the truth is very simple. There's nothing for lawyers in this government, and there's nothing for Luos and ODM in this government,
Really?
and there's nothing for Central Kenya in this government. What is there is for Kindiki and for Mbadi and for these characters and so on.
But we're seeing ODM members, campaigning for the president. Some ODM members, not all. Some ODM members campaigning.
The reason why they're campaigning for the president is for themselves. Is for the benefits they can accrue. I come from those places. I can tell you, there's really nothing that Nyanza is getting that is so unusual that would then make you, support anybody. However, having said that, the fellows in Nyanza, there are specific fellows in Nyanza. Those guys are benefiting. The Mbadis, the Tandis, the individual guys. Even Ida Odinga is benefiting by being appointed ambassador and so on.
To UNEP, yes.
Exactly. So, and Ruto and many politicians have figured this thing out. That what you do is you get a few characters that claim to be leaders of those particular communities, put them at the table to eat, and then make it appear like it's the community that is eating.
Okay.
That really is the issue. Honestly, I don't care whether Luos are in Ruto's government or not. Really. And I'm Luo. The reason why I'm actually saying that is that this thing that now Luos are benefiting from Ruto's government is actually is a fallacy. And somebody else looked at it the other day in our WhatsApp group, Luo WhatsApp group now.
Right.
Yeah, because we're saying now Kikuyus are the ones who are out of government because Gachagua was impeached.
Yes.
But if you check the number of eaters in government, proper eaters, you are looking at ministers, you are looking at PSS, you are looking at directors, you are looking at heads of parastatals. The eaters are the same. In fact, there are more Kikuyus eating now because when Gachagua was gotten out, the Mutai Kagwes came in and Kabogos came in. There are many, but what I like with them is that they are extremely disciplined eaters. So you might even think they're not there. Because you don't hear their voices.
Okay.
But they're there and they're very many.
They don't chew with their mouth open.
Thank you. Yeah. So basically what we have is a cabal of eaters. Yes, of course, they must come naturally. They must come from one or other ethnic group. But I really don't think they're eating on behalf of their communities, and I don't even think the communities are eating in the first instance. Sometime in the past, I was talking to the then Swiss ambassador. It was called Martin Georges, and Martin of course was a political scientist, and one of the things that Martin sort of unpacked this eating thing for me very well. I was saying, look, Alfred, these guys will always eat, but the difference between the eaters in Kenyatta's time, those guys were giving some morsels for their communities. They would do arambes for their communities. They would get jobs in government for their communities. They would do things. And if you look at it, and a little bit of the Moi times, where you are sort of brought there to eat on behalf of your community. So it was very clear. Moi would ask you, yes, I appointed you minister. What have you done for your community? So these guys were sort of, they sort of had to do some things there.
Okay.
But the exciting thing with the current eaters is that they don't have to do anything. They just eat for themselves. And they come, they steal the billions. Those billions don't end up in Nyanza. Duale's billions don't end up in northern Kenya or anywhere else. The they're just private investments, and we have such gross irresponsibility. So that's the problem with the current eaters, and that's why they're quite constipated. I'm not even worried that they're going to puke on us. I'm more worried about the smell, that's the stench that comes from that.
So what are
the indigestion?
What are the president's options? Hey, Professor, what are the president's options in 27?
I honestly think the president is at a very good place, if you have to ask me, for exactly the same reason.
So he's not cooked?
No, who was cooking the president?
Okay.
The president has figured out that the Kenyan politics is about who can be bought at what price. And currently, I've not seen anybody who has proven that they cannot be bought. The only issue is people trying to sell themselves in this particular market. I don't want to call it prostitution, because I think that a much maligned profession,
right,
that is actually offering some decent services to humanity compared to some of this government. You see, basically what the president is going to do, which is very simple,
yes,
is collect guys from these communities, especially the ones who are influential, and they actually come in. You look at, let me give an illustration with what the president is doing in ODM.
Right.
We have ODM Winnie. Yes, so some of us belong to that faction.
Right.
ODM is called ODM Winnie, and then we have ODM Buddy. That is the same thing as ODM Wanga. So
and where does Oburu come in?
No, Oburu is a passing cloud. There is no such ODM. There is no ODM Oburu. It doesn't exist.
So chest pains. Someone is listening and they're getting chest pains.
It doesn't really exist. I mean, this guy who could not be elected MCA in Bondo, I mean, pretending to be a potential presidential candidate is just stupid.
You're being rather dismissive of the senator.
So basically, that faction of ODM, and if it does exist, that is quite weak.
Yeah.
But because of that weakness, personally, I don't even see it actually. So it sort of just hangs around doing things, and But you look at how the president is dealing with these guys to ensure that the other ODM, the positions we're having are okay, and they're told support government.
Yes.
Do a pre-election coalition, and will guarantee this and even a little bit more. Then of course ODM Winnie start by appointing the mother to UNEP, and Winnie is in Yala, study him a little bit, then appoint her to some position or back up and so on, and that faction will be more or less done, because our other guys can, unfortunately, you see the other small faction out of that ODM Winnie. That is where Sifuna is and Akinababu win and so on. Unfortunately, those ones cannot be appointed to anything. Not because of lack of ability, but because of their own political future.
Which one do you think between...
just hold it.
Yeah.
What do you mean wrong political future?
No, they happen to be where voters read everything the government does. So as long as they're on that side, we'll actually send them to the gallows. That's Nairobi. Nairobi were ruthless. Those who are part of this irresponsible government, they're going to go home. They're the 56% that Wetangula was talking about, and we might increase it. So basically, Nairobi is going to be an opposition zone, just because of the nature of the voters. So basically, Sifuna and Babu should smell the coffee early. Of course, they've smelled it. And I think that's partly why they've been sitting uncomfortably on this barbed wire.
What are you saying? Are you saying that Sifuna and the Babu are part of the 56% that will lose their
position? No. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying if they cross over to these other guys,
they will be 56%.
Who are supporting the regime, they'll be 56%.
Okay.
And it's just the reality. Easy to co-opposition. We just don't know which formation of the opposition, but whatever happens, we are going to vote out. We'll try to vote out the government. So of course, if they win, no problem. But basically, this is an opposition zone.
Prof, acha nikuulize. You've mentioned two. Right. Actually, I think you've mentioned three. You've said there's ODM Winnie, ODM Buddy, and there's ODM Dr. Oburu. Yeah,
sort of.
Okay. So of these three, which one is the strongest in the eyes of the public?
Actually, I think this time around is a pretty neat split, and I think the only issue is which one is likely to actually become weak actually. Because if you have to look at it, This other ODM Wanga is more entrenched.
Okay.
And
ODM Wanga is the one that
When
has.
you say entrenched, what do you mean?
What I mean is that they're the ones who are, in terms of party political formations,
Yes.
in terms of leadership of the party, because there's where Akina Joha, Akina Paranya, and all those other guys, they're with Ruto. And if you look at it, they're the more organized ODM. The only thing they were crying about was the certificate.
Yes.
Yeah. But if you see them, they're a little bit organized. Of course, they have no leadership anyway, but they're better organized. And if you look at the other formation, this ODM Winnie, which is the one Sifuna and so on are relating with,
And
right?
you and yourself.
And myself, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, our problem is that we don't have clarity of the way forward. In this sense that we are quite unhappy with what government is doing.
Yes.
And we sort of think that is not prudent to support the government. That's number one. Number two, it also has people who, for some reason, people like us, people like Babu, people like Winnie, who for some reason have this big thing in their head that they're important. So you know, we cannot just join you. We would rather compete with you, and you know, and then negotiate properly. We can't just come to the table and then now you are telling us that we'll give you this, we'll give you that. No. We are saying no. Just a moment. We are people of value. You know, it's like this. It's like these beautiful ladies who make the art of seduction very interesting.
Right.
Because like they show an interest, but then when you put an effort, it's like they're not interested, and they keep you there. That is ODM Winnie. That's where we are. We think we are very beautiful.
Yeah.
We think we can go to many suitors. In fact, we think we can even go it ourselves alone. Of course, we have no idea how, but we think we can even do it. You know, so we're actually in that sort of space. And then, of course, the other very interesting thing is that we also find ourselves in a situation where we feel quite a bit of what the opposition is talking about. You know, Wiper is talking about particularly. You know, is kind of attractive.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you have this. You have ODM that is entrenched with no clear leadership and so on, and they're selling themselves cheap. And then you've got this other ODM that is sophisticated but sort of leaderless and not properly organized.
But from what I understand, the reason you chose Winnie is because you're saying that if there were to be a leadership structure, should probably be somewhere at the very top.
Right.
Yeah? Now, if today Winnie Odinga is offered a position, a plum position in government,
Right.
maybe CS for whatever portfolio,
Correct.
would that change the dynamics?
Totally. And that's what I'm saying. That's a vulnerability of ODM Winnie, because it's not properly organized and it's not entrenched. And
What prevents it from being organized?
this is the issue. I mean, to me, it's still boldness of leadership. It's still boldness of leadership. It lacks a Raila. Let me just put it that way. It lacks this person who will come in and say, yes, the Sifunas of this world are okay, the Babus of this world are okay. But then the position they're taking, the Winnies are okay, but the position that they're taking is that somehow they'll be able to resolve this thing within ODM. I think what is needed is a leader who says, no. We are either going to hijack the entire ODM since Mama Ida has the certificate and claim it and plant our leader there, or we are actually going to bolt. And by the way, if you remember correctly, Kalonzo Musyoka is the one who registered ODM Kenya. So we can call him and find out whether that certificate is still there.
But I think it was converted to
actually it was Manzo.
Manzo.
Yeah.
Yes,
Senator
that was Manzo.
Manzo.
Correct.
It was Manzo.
It was Manzo who registered ODM Kenya.
Yes.
That then disappeared with the papers to Kalonzo. Then there's this Mugambi man who had the initial oranges.
Yes.
That then sold the oranges to Raila.
Yes.
Yeah. So honestly, these are things that our group need to look at quite urgently.
Yes.
And and move forward. But as it is, and I think that was the core of this conversation. As it is, we are also leaderless. I mean, there's nobody who's coming in to claim that space. So the leaders are also sitting in this situation where our own leaders are sitting in this situation where somehow their survival becomes important, and people are not bold enough to say, okay, fine, I'm whatever, I'm throwing in the mantle, in the arena, and I'm running with this group.
What is the impact of Mama Ida's appointment?
of course, it dilutes our team significantly. Yeah, because Mama Ida is actually a very decent lady. And these things that we are talking about, Mama Ida espouses them. That is my own understanding of her. We are likely to see less of Mama Ida
going forward
in politics.
She doesn't have much of an option. With that job,
yes,
she cannot be politically engaged.
Exactly. We are going, and already she has that inclination. She's the sort of a person who does her work. As opposed to some of these really badly behaved characters, who you'll be wondering, did Mama Ida, deny the appointment because you'd be seeing her in public rallies and so on. So Mama Ida is the one who's likely to just, leave the group, focus on a job at UNEP and so on.
Yeah.
And that weakens this group quite significantly.
Before her appointment, where was her inclination? Was it to the Owini side or to the Mbadi side?
Oh, clearly to the Owini side. Why were they crying about the certificate? They would have been very happy. If she was on their side, she has not been, and this, of course, if you check her public pronouncements, she has been the sort of a leader who has been telling people, let's be cautious, let's wait, let's organize. And yes, everybody's our friend, including the opposition and so on. That has been her tone, which for me, despite the fact that she wasn't top leadership of ODM, to me, that is what I would expect at this stage, as you are heading towards election. You need to sort of be conversing with everyone, because politics at the end of the day is about power, and is about,
sharing of that power.
The route to power, which is the most plausible one. So at any point in time, you must leave your options open, as opposed to the other group that is saying, okay, fine, we're going to throw our lot to this guy because we are sure he's going to win. Sure, kutoka lini.
Professor, kuna hii issue pia ya opposition. The opposition as constituted currently, we are seeing a lot of from where I sit, I'm looking at it being directionless. But perhaps you can help me put it into perspective. What is happening in the opposition? Because so we have these guys who are making lots of noise in the name of DCP. Then we have Wiper, which has been very quiet through Kalonzo. Actually, I think it's just yesterday when he went to meet IBC to just raise some concerns. But fairly, the opposition also, when we look at Honorable Martha Karua, very quiet, and other leaders I'm forgetting right now. But the opposition is fairly quiet currently.
I think personally, again, I'm not too worried about the position. Why? Being quiet and all these things. I'm more worried about the citizenry. If you look at the 2002 transition, nobody believed that Moi was beatable, and his formation and so on. And the position, of course, was also very disorganized, as it were. Nyachai was running his things. Raila was at a breakaway from KANU. Kibaki had his own party and so on. And it seemed like Moi was in charge of that particular process. But Kenyans had it, and Kenyans sort of forced the opposition to unite last minute. Kenyans were really tired of that, and there was that pressure that was actually coming in. And for me, it's very simple. If Kenyans decide that they like this regime, then the opposition unity is neither here nor there. Even if they decide that they're going to tolerate it, that's enough for President Ruto to win. But if for whatever reason we are able to see an upheaval like the one we saw in that was 2024, 2023, the so-called Gen Z uprising.
2024.
Yeah, 2024. If you saw such an uprising, then it could easily force the opposition to unite.
You see, when the opposition is quiet, then the president has an advantage.
Exactly.
Because it is in that quiet that he will organize better than they are disorganized.
Correct.
And that's how, so the opposition should actually be very worried the fact that they're quiet.
We're limiting the word opposition to people who are in the political space.
Correct.
And whom we see as politicians who speak about being in the opposition.
Correct.
Let me take you back. There was a time when we only had one university.
Correct.
And the university students were actually deemed as an opposition.
Exactly.
In fact, the people who agitated the most
correct.
were university students. How do you think people like Orengo got notoriety? Okay, Unpack, how do you think they got the notoriety? Because they were in that group of people who agitated.
Exactly.
Okay?
For change, right.
The 2024 agitation, which was a very loud protest,
right,
in my opinion, never really went away.
Okay.
It just became quiet.
Correct.
Because the entire ethos and strength of that particular movement had to do with them using technology to communicate.
Correct.
And technology is quiet unless you are involved or you've been engaged and you've been brought into the arena where it is functioning. Yes, correct. Exactly. And so you have a concern about the public, as do I.
Correct.
And the reason is this. Whenever I hear politicians speaking, for instance, now I'm looking at this ODM discussion. It's being discussed as though ODM is a Luo party.
Correct.
All the noise you're hearing is Luos talking among themselves.
Correct.
ODM, look at the support base that ODM has had.
Correct.
Western Kenya, in Masai land, the coast, Kisii, pockets, this so-called mountain, there are pockets of places in the mountain that would always vote for ODM. It's just that there's always the question of were their votes really placed where they should be or not.
Correct.
And they don't budge. Whether they're talking Kiambu, whether they're talking Muranga, Nyeri, Meru, those pockets exist.
Correct.
So, how can the discussion about ODM and the leadership revolve just among the Luos?
But let me ask you this.
But you know, this is what we need to be worried about, because political leadership likes that. In fact, most of these bad leadership, they always like to reduce this to a faction, so that this is perceived to be a minority, making noises outside there. And the ODM thing again, we need to communicate again back to the party.
Can the NDC make a breakthrough in determining the way forward?
This is the issue because it can be captured. But I just wanted to buttress your point there.
Yes.
That you see, number one, ODM is in fact is national. I think is one of the most national parties. But then you make it appear, using whichever instruments, you make it appear that this is actually a Luo party and the issues that are there are Luo issues. But you don't even do it at that point.
Yeah.
You take a step further and say it's not even a Luo party. It's an Odinga party. It's a family thing.
Outfit.
So yes, so the family will meet and decide the fate. So you see, once you push that narrative, or once that narrative gets pushed, and to me this is the issue. Once that narrative gets pushed, then in fact this party becomes weaker and weaker. Once people accept it, it's even in Bondo, where I come from, people say no, but the Odingas are not the only family in Bondo. We also have this other party. In Nyanza, people will be doing the same. Nationally, people will be doing the same. And that is to me where the thinking must actually be. That who is this who's pushing this agenda, and vice versa.
But Prof, the optics lead us to no other conclusion other than what I'm saying.
And actually, I wanted to ask Professor, whose fault is it that there is that perception?
It's not perception.
It's not perception. This one is real. You see,
it's not perception.
You see, the issue is not the fault. The issue, look at it from this perspective.
Yeah.
Our family has been fighting for generations with another family, a related family. And suddenly, the leader of our family dies. The patriarch dies. Coincidentally, when the patriarch is dying, they're sort of in a good relationship with the family that we've been fighting for generations. Now, this family that we've been fighting for generations then helps us decide who becomes the family leader, our family leader. Do you think is likely to look at the interest of our family, or is likely to look at his own interests?
Of course,
and what I'm talking about here is real. This happened in our family. It's not an analogy.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, you're actually using a life example.
This is a life example.
Okay.
In my family, I'm number 7.
Right.
And I'm the family leader. And this almost happened. We had somebody, let me just put it out there. We had somebody who had taken so much changa that could hardly function. But this person was number 3 in the family. And the first male. The other 2.
So he was the natural leader.
Exactly. The other 2 were ladies. And, and we're told that, no, based on Luo culture and so on, this person had to lead the family.
Yeah.
And we're getting all this advice. And myself, I was not even party to this thing. So it's my sisters who saved the day. Because my sisters came in with a very interesting angle. They came and said, look, a Kenyan constitution now recognizes women.
Yes, it does.
So when we went for the family meeting, and these 2 factions were actually working very, very closely. So when we went to the family meeting, I was quite shocked. My sister declares herself the family leader, the firstborn.
Yes.
And saying as per constitution, she's the family leader. And my brother declares himself the family leader.
So you had two leaders.
He's the firstborn. Now we could not proceed because we are two centers of power.
It's a stalemate.
We had a stalemate. So what happened then is that then I used to live in South Africa. I was told that, okay, fine, Alfred, you're the harmless one. Why don't you take over just for the purposes of this meeting? And it tells you wisdom, planning, and all those sort of things. See, for the purpose of this meeting, because we could have come from different parts of the world and so on. Then we are flying back, and we've not had our annual meeting, which used to be led by my dad. So they said, look here, now you, for the purposes of this meeting, you are the chair until we resolve this matter of the constitution and the other side,
and tradition.
And tradition. And that is how the family ended up with a leader.
Yeah, and so nothing has ever changed after that.
The rest is history. What happened was that the following year,
you were still chair.
You were still chairman.
I wasn't even chair. These same people called me and told me, Alfred, no, chairman. When is the next meeting happening? And people made noises. But movie, let me tell you one thing.
You usurped power just like that.
I didn't. This didn't happen by accident.
Power was given to him.
These people actually met and I decided to put me in power. The stalemate was part of the plan. Yeah. Now
there are people who had seen through this.
Exactly.
They had planned.
We are going to impose that guy who's number 7.
Yes.
You know, as our leader.
For now.
Yes,
but that's part of the plan.
Exactly, and the other side was totally beaten. They've never recovered to date. But you see, this is an issue that's happening in ODM.
How many wives did your father have?
7. We could get 6. But you see, this is the issue that we needed this type of thinking inside of ODM. You don't sit there and say, okay, fine, our rival will sort of help us, advise us.
You know why I took that tangent in my discussion? Really, William Ruto is said to be somebody who never forgets the people who supported him.
Yes, true.
It is that was also said of Raila Odinga.
Correct.
Now, if we were to take that ethos into the ODM party,
yes,
there are parts of this country that have supported that party unflinchingly.
Correct.
Since its existence.
Correct. Very, very true.
The concept of kurudisha mkono. The discussion of supporting Kalonzo should feature prominently.
Correct.
Because Kalonzo, 3 electoral cycles.
Very true.
He has 3.
I remember the sad one where he was carrying the M-Pesa
till number.
Yes. You know, that time when we boycotted, we had some numbers called liberation numbers.
Yes.
We left Safaricom. You remember those emotional moments, even for the supporters of the party.
But they were very impactful.
Exactly, totally.
And then you look at the region like Western Kenya, which is very popular.
Right.
Fractured as they are, but the support ODM has received from there has been phenomenal.
Exactly.
The coast.
Correct.
Almost in its entirety.
Totally. That is true.
So really, these Luo-centric discussions doesn't do the party any good.
It doesn't do the party any justice. Like we're saying, it totally weakens the party. Yeah, because it takes the party now to how do I say, to irrelevant.
No, it makes it a village party.
It actually turns it to a village party.
Yes.
And you know that reductionism, which I've always refused to accept, even at an individual level. And when you know, CT, when I engage the villagers, I always make it very clear that Professor Menya is a global figure. Yes, I am. I sit in the board of International Building Quality Center in Washington, D.C. and these other places.
Yes.
You know, I am the infrastructure director of AfriFund Capital. That's worried about, corridor developments in Douala and in Babito and stuff like that. So you can't come and tell me that, oh, this is a son of a Menya from this village. I refuse that. But that doesn't make me less of a Kenyan. Of course, I'm also Kenyan. I am the vice chair of the College of Fellows of Architecture Institute of Kenya. I teach in Kenya, live in Kenya, work in Kenya. So I have that. But I'm also from Nyanza, and I'm also from a village in Bondo. So you know, the problem with reductionisms is that these guys want to define you as the son of Omenya from this little village, to the exclusion of all these other definitions.
They want to profile you and package you.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then you become irrelevant immediately to even the guys who come from Kakamega, leave alone the guys who sit in Washington, D.C. And this is what's happening to ODM. And this is why our guys need to be very careful, because you're saying ODM is this village boy that does not even know what's happening in the next village, leave alone in the next town, leave alone in the country. And that's something that ODM has to fight consciously, that they don't get into this rut, where they're profiled at, ODM, that's your zone, and very soon they'll be zoning, by the way. They'll be told you can only field candidates there in this, that, and that village. The rest of the spaces you have to leave to us. So even as these wrangles are happening, ODM has a bigger responsibility. As a Kenyan party, as a party, as CT is saying, we support everywhere. And by the way, as one of the most resilient parties that we actually have, ODM currently is our oldest party. This part of the problem, this Kenya being run by toddler parties, and that's one of my fears, that ODM might just disappear. You remember when Kibaki came with PNU, and like, where is this coming from? Surely, I mean, we had our NAC and so on. So we got these parties that we used to get to power. PNU was the most interesting, because PNU was in power, and I don't think they even had an MP.
Professor,
but this a temptation ODM has to fight, to be seen to be this Luo party that is delivering Luos to Ruto, and that's selling ourselves cheap. Really, because I know Ruto has already done. In fact, the ODM calculations in terms of how much it will cost the president, those things have been done on the back of an envelope. That's how unserious the thing is. They've not even done spreadsheets to figure out.
It has been written with a Bairo
Arakara say, this is what I want.
Tukishaleta Luo hapa Kakamega hivi, hii kitu imeiva.
No, not even Luos. You just list the guys. The guys can fit behind an envelope. Mbadi, Oparanya, Joho, Vroom. You just list them, and then you ask who else. Okay, Ida, okay, UNEP. Winnie, tuweke. Babu,
Uachana.
Huyo ni mkora, tuwache kwanza. They all fit behind an envelope. That's what ODM has to fight. You cannot be a national party or even an international party that can be discussed by characters behind an envelope and then reduced to some little village in Bondo. You say, and small family wrangles are confused with party wrangles. That the family will be meeting because the president has advised that this thing should not spill out to the public. These are temptations that we must actually fight.
Professor,
within the ODM, so that you can add value to this country.
Professor Alfred, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for your contribution to this conversation. Perhaps when we return, I'll try and read some of your comments here. Na leo mumeamua kuongea. So do stand by for that and much more. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations are probing a fake gold scam in which an American citizen lost 37 million Kenya shillings. The suspects are said to have set up an elaborate scheme at a house in Kilimani, Nairobi to lure buyers, only for the gold to later be found to be fake. Police say two suspects identified as Paul Chogo and Collins Onyango are on the run as investigations continue.
And so I witnessed an operation where they were smelting. They had 150 there in nugget form, and they did the smelting there at the compound. The gentleman that was the shipping agent and ran it, his name was Collins. And the gentleman that approached us and we conversed with for a good period of time, his name was Paul Chogo. Both had joint combinations. Paul Chogo had it's 4 digits to get it open. He put in 2, everybody turned it back, and then I put in 2.
Police are investigating the death of 3 children in Mlolongo, Machakos County in what is suspected to be a poison incident. The children are reported to have died after eating contaminated food on Monday. Their mother, who is the main suspect, was later arrested and is currently being held at Mlolongo Police Station as investigations continue. The incident has left the family and the wider community in shock. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Agamba and his team faced tough questions from MPs over key ministry policies, including the move to grade 10. During the session, lawmakers described ministry's leadership as clueless as they grilled them on transition rates, school capitation, and uniform policies. The ministry, however, said it had managed to move 96% of learners from grade 9 to grade 10.
Because yourself and your peers, you have the most clueless peers in the Ministry of Education. Most clueless. He only sits in Nairobi and has no idea what goes on the ground. Get out of your offices in Nairobi, go to the ground, deal with the problems there.
Attacking the PSC and speaking to Kalari has nothing else than to bring out an issue that there could be the other grounds and reasons beyond the ministry.
The United Opposition says it will soon announce its presidential candidate for the 2027 general election. Speaking during the Democratic Party's National Delegates Conference in Nairobi on Wednesday, the leader said the decision will be made after the conclusion of the DCP National Delegates Conference led by Rigathi Gachagua. The coalition says consultations are at an advanced stage.
The forces of impunity and corruption networks now ravaging our country are also at work. They will attempt to weaken this unity. Let me also make it very clear and unequivocal. Whoever among us chooses that path of being bought by the detractors, he becomes an enemy of the Kenyan people.
Anyone who's betting for our differences, you will lose your bet. You will lose your bet. We are going to stand together and we are going to remain united.
A former Nigerian oil minister went on extravagant and excessive spending sprees at high-end London stores with money from bribes by industry insiders, a London court has heard. During a visit to Hardross in 2013, Diezani Alison Madueke ordered thousands of pounds worth of rugs, including by luxury brand Alexander McQueen, a court was told. Prosecutors allege the 65-year-old was provided with a life of luxury in the United Kingdom by those interested in Nigerian government contracts. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Senegal's coach Pape Bonathio has been banned for 5 CAF matches and fined $100,000 following the chaotic 2025 AFCON final. Theo led a 14-minute player walk-off to protest a late VAR decision, which CAF says brought the game into disrepute. The Senegalese Football Federation has also been hit with a $615,000 fine, but the country remains the official tournament winner. Meanwhile, the host nation Morocco did not escape unscathed, receiving a total fine of $315,000. English clubs are dominating the Champions League this season with 5 teams already through to the knockout stage. Arsenal topped their group, Liverpool finished 3rd, Tottenham 4th, Chelsea 6th and Manchester City 8th. Newcastle could make it 6 if they win their playoff after a 1-1 draw with defending champions Paris Saint-Germain. If they progress, it would be the first time 6 Premier League teams reach the Champions League knockout stages. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Indeed, welcome very much to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 FM in Garissa. A big shout out to every single person. I might not be able to read all your messages, but I will definitely read out your name and recognize the fact that you're with us in these conversations that we're having this morning. John Mutua, all the way from Doha. How are you doing? Lydia Cherono as well. Good morning. Douglas Kibogong, Victor Lesesuyan, habari yako, unasema you're watching all the way from Nanyuki. Wanjala unasema morning City and Paul, tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. Dr. Hosea Koech, good morning to you too, sir. We also have Tupac Shakur anasema ndio sisi hapa. Kuna Wanjala 07, asanti sana. Then we have Pahalwan saying my favorite Acrosian, making my day, enjoying the show sana. He talks a lot of sense, of course referring to Dr. Alfred in the previous hour.
You know what an Acrosian is?
No, I have no idea what an Acrosian is.
Who went to Alliance.
Oh, watu wa Alliance wanaitanga Acrosian?
They call each other Acrosians because Alliance girls and Alliance boys are...
Oh, across from each other.
Yes. That's
okay.
what they call Acrosians.
Okay.
Yes.
So lakini they're still called Busharians. Because Alliance, when I was in high school, we used to call them Bush.
Yeah, kwa sababu nyinyi mko kangemi sio?
Ni hivyo, lakini kwa sababu pia walikuwa kwa Bush. So Acrosians, Busharians, big shout out. Thomas Edward, good morning. My take 2.0, how are you doing? And then we have, yes, there we go. So keep on sending your text. Na nitaweza kujibu zenye nitaweza kupata, si ndio? Aya, kunaye Daktari Magare Gikenyi, Dr. Magare Gikenyi. He's a consultant surgeon and constitutional defender. Daktari, good morning and a happy new year.
Happy New Year, good morning to you and happy New Year to you.
Karibu sana. Yes. Unasema nini City?
Nataka daktari amenyane na proverb kidogo.
Oh, proverb eh?
Yeah.
Sawa. City anataka kukupatia ile proverb alifanya leo asubuhi. We had one from the country of Malawi. Republic of Malawi. So City, over to you, sir.
Yes. The proverb is a simple one. It is only when the flood is gone that you can claim to be lucky. What do you think the Malawians are talking about?
Okay, what essentially says that you cannot charge if there's a challenge to some issues. How you sort them out, the outcome of that is when you can prove that you did successfully.
That's when you can breathe out.
Yes.
Otherwise, be on guard.
Yes. Otherwise, for example, you can say very early, for example, that you have done, and then, like for example, like us, the Arsenal guys.
Yes.
Whom we're about to win.
Yes.
So we cannot say we won
until the
last
crowned champions.
Yes. Otherwise, so you have to, after we have finished the challenge, that's when you can now say, I've finished this one and I've conquered it.
Yes. You're right actually. Daktari, you're very right.
Yes.
You're an Arsenal fan, eh?
Yes, I'm an Arsenal fan.
Jana naona mlicheza na Kairat.
Yes. Tukapata 8 out of 8. We're top of the UEFA Champions League. And the top of the EPL.
Walikuwa wamebakisha tu hivi wamalize.
Sisi hatumalizike haraka.
Mlitoka 3-2. But congratulations, of course.
The two of you talk the same. When this guy talks about, it's supposed a team called Liverpool.
Okay.
When he talks about it.
Oh yeah.
You'd think there's not a football team in the world.
Actually, our team beat one called Karabag yesterday 6-0.
Okay.
That's how bad we are.
Okay. Umesikia?
Wacha turudi kwa mambo imetuleta hapa. Turudi kwa mambo imetuleta hapa.
Karibu.
Man City walitoka 2-0. Lakini I can't help it.
Okay.
Bro, twende kazi.
I can't help it. So, Daktari, first of all, welcome and a happy new year to you.
Happy new year to you.
Yeah.
Movie and the city.
Yes. Daktari, you are a surgeon, a trauma surgeon.
Yes.
But I mean nakujuanga kama mtu mwenye anaonanga kwa TV akiwa kotini.
Yes.
Almost every other day.
Yes.
At what time do you attend to your patients, Daktari?
I attend my patients very well because I'm also an employee of Nakuru County government.
Yes, you are.
So, and I attend to my patients very well without miss.
Yes.
Like, for example, like during the days.
Yes.
Majority of the time. And then at night, that's when I write petitions.
Uh-huh.
And then even when I'm working, you can, because of the e-filing system and the virtual hearing, you can hear while you are doing your normal work as a surgeon.
All right.
Yes, because even when you are there, you don't work 100% of the time, but you are working even 1 second each. You can have 1 or 2 minutes in between, you talk with the court, and then, because if you realize, we need to protect our country.
Yes, we do.
If sometimes we keep quiet and we leave our guard down, then we will suffer a lot.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why we're trying to move as a society. We need to work hard. And especially the middle class, us, me and you.
Yes.
We need to work hard so that we can achieve what we want to do. Yes.
Yeah. Now, one of the latest, do I call it project or cases in court?
Yes.
Umeniambia mnangojea a ruling on the 12th of June, right?
Yes, on affordable housing.
On affordable housing.
Yes.
Yeah. What is your issue with affordable housing?
My issue with affordable housing is just simple.
Yeah.
The number one, there's no doubt Kenyans will need houses. That's no issue. The issue is the implementation of that project, whereby, for example, people are deducted their salary. Under the Constitution, Article 40, a salary is a private property because you have earned it. So somebody can work hard and earn a land.
Yes.
Or work hard and buy a car.
Yes.
So somebody has worked hard to earn a salary. You earn a salary, you are not given. If you are given, that's a gift. So then you remove 1.5% of it, then you amalgamate and give someone else to use that to use
the house
for house to be built on that.
Okay.
That's against the Constitution. Number two, it brings about the principle of communism. If you realize that, if you have read philosophers like Karl Marx, there's Karl Marx, there's Cicero, there's Plato, among others, which essentially talked about the egalitarian society where all the resources are used together for a common purpose.
Yes.
But if you look very well, the Kenyan we live in, the constitutional architecture, is that we are a capitalist society, which means, for example, you can if you have a land or a plot of land, that's yours.
Yes.
I will not come and say, oh, this is for our common use. So that's among the issues. Then there's what you call slavery and servitude, in that you work hard to serve others, not for your own interests. And also, if you realize, the architecture of this affordable housing, both the haves and the have-nots. In economics, they say haves and have-nots.
Yes.
Haves are those the rich ones. Have-nots are those who don't have. All of them are forced to be deducted the 1.5%.
Yeah.
Whether in the private sector or in the government, or in the informal sector. But after doing that, then the houses are built. The houses are built. Only those who have and can able to buy will have.
Yes.
So it means have and have nots contribute. Then the houses are sold to halves. So that's not fair in society.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to see. If you look critically, then we are having a challenge with that.
How do they do it in other countries? Perhaps if you know, how do they do it in, for example, in America? Do they have housing, affordable housing projects being done by the government? Is it happening in the UK, for example?
Yes, it has. What we are saying, even in Kenya, we can do using our money, what you call consolidated fund.
Okay.
You can have consolidated fund so that we can have houses mainly for government people. And even then, even if it's private, then you are through a rent basis.
Okay.
Not through buying. Because the challenge with that, when all of us have used to build a house, then I sell to you as a movie. It becomes your personal property. You wouldn't.
Yet it was built with city's money.
Yes, it was city and mine money. So those are the issues we are trying to have it. As a society, we must have what I call a fair society. Yes.
Now that you put it that way.
Yes.
But even if it was through a consolidated fund, what you're trying to say is that should still be should be rented to the public.
Yes.
Not sold to the public.
There's no architecture whereby all of us Kenyans work hard to have a common project, then it's given to an individual. anyway, it's not allowed under the Kenyan constitution.
Okay.
Like for example, we can have me and you, we can build a school for public use.
It
That's
belongs
okay.
to the people of that area.
Yes. For public use.
Yes.
That is better now. But we cannot have a situation whereby me and you and the city, we contribute and others.
Tunakununulia gari.
Then tunanunua gari. Mimi naongeza kidogo, naenda na gari. That's not fair.
By the way, you know, if you put it that way, city.
Yes.
If you put it that way, it kind of, you know, brings into question this whole modality of how exactly we are funding this particular project.
Yes.
And then the end goal of this project. Because selling it now, if he puts it that way, my deductions, it's like I'm buying people houses all over.
There is a discussion that buttresses and supports that view. If you look at the history of what you call public housing in this country.
Yes.
The National Housing Corporation was set up specifically for that purpose, and they did precisely that. All these estates that you hear of were built by the National Housing Corporation. Low-cost housing, built by the National Housing Corporation. They even built houses for middle income, and they did. There was a process that the World Bank and their ilk brought to us that actually set us back very, very many decades. The structure for doing the thing that we keep talking about existed, and we were actually moving forward. How do you think, for instance, parastatals had property? How do you think Posta had houses? What do you think that was? How do you think railway had houses? These institutions that you hear of had houses. One of the things they did is they provided houses for the employees. The government was actually the employer of choice. World Bank reversed all that and obliterated it. The government, they argued, did not have any business owning assets. I've never had such nonsense in my life, but that was the thinking then. Okay? And we needed them, and so we decided to follow their dictates. There are estates within any major city, which was head of a province, where you'd find public housing. We had them. And it was precisely as he said, they were for rental. What then happened over time? The council would take over some of these houses. And the people who lived in them, because the structure had been messed up with, because of those dictates of structural adjustment program, there are people who in the city or in these places, the houses have been passed on from one family to the other to the other. So as we argue, that is like the rural home. The whole process of changing all this over time required infinitely more public participation than we had, so that people can actually understand how this thing ought to be done. There are more people now. It is understandable. You cannot build estates simply spreading them out. You go up. All that is understandable.
Yes.
Issues that arise often arise because there are certain things about that process that are unclear. To those who have started it, maybe it's clear in their minds. But the consuming public find lack of clarity. But when somebody then determines that you should contribute to it, and your opinion on the contribution was not asked, then people feel, wait a moment, should we not have had a discussion about this? And Dr. has put it well. It's not that the houses are not needed. They're needed. It's not that they are a bad thing. They are not a bad thing. But these processes are the ones which raise the questions.
You know, Daktari, before you said what you've just said, I actually didn't have a problem per se with this housing levy thing.
Okay.
But now that you've mentioned it the way you do,
in addition, this land is built on public land.
Okay.
You build on public land, then you sell the units to private people. If you realize Article 60 of the Constitution on land, this public land generally is held in trust
for the people,
for this generation and the future
next
generation.
Yes.
Me and you, Mbuvi and the city, will not be there 100 years from now. We will leave the land for the public land for those generations, and those generations will also do whatever they will do, leave the land for the other generations. So if we use now this more public land, not just like, for example, the Arab public lands where people can live, is fair, is not ubiquitous, it's scarce. So if we use this land, the few public land which we have, we use it and give the private. Then what do we have for future generation?
Okay.
That's why we're saying, as a society, we need to have what we call fairness in society. That's what I'm trying to think about.
So, assuming the courts listen to you and go with your view on 12th of June,
yes.
Now what will happen? Those houses that have already been sold, people who've already bought houses, will they be affected by this ruling?
Yes, they will, because they always say any service rendered to the society in contravention of the constitution is no service at all in the eyes of the law.
Okay.
So what will happen on those houses? These are public houses which are already built by public land.
Yeah.
So during that time, the Kenyan will be asked. They were illegal, but that's been built. But if we destroy them, we have not helped by sorting the issues.
Yes.
There are many ways in which they can look about. They can have even those lands, for example, it's a suggestion, but the Kenyans will decide.
Yes.
We can have a situation where public servants are given, for example, we have police officers, we house them because they're serving us.
Yes.
Wakimaliza kuwa police officers, wakiretire, wanaenda wanajipanga kwao. So this one becomes a utility for the public service.
Okay.
For serving us. So that's what I'm trying to put across.
All right.
Yes.
Sawa sawa. Now on on the issues of legal fees.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, you are enjoined in that particular case.
Yes.
What is your role and what are you seeking from the courts?
Well, I'm not an enjoying. We are the petitioners.
Yes.
Yes. The reason we're essentially saying, I moved to court 1st of January when people were celebrating. Mia was filing the...
Watu wakiwa na hangover, wewe ulikuwa kotini.
Wakiruka mwaka, Mia was filing the case 1st of January 2026.
Okay.
So the reason why I'm saying is that there is misuse of public funds. Under the Office of the Attorney General Act, under the Article 156 of the Constitution, the legal proceedings of national government are supposed to be done by the Office of the Attorney General. So, which essentially present the national government in the courts and end proceedings. That's number one. Within the Office of the AG, there are people whom we have employed. A lot of them, like almost 1,000 plus, whom we have employed to do for us that work of what the Attorney General is supposed to do. Because the Attorney General is one person. But the office has state councils, Solicitor General, among others. That's the national government. If we move at the county government, we have county attorneys. They were established by virtue of Office of the County Attorneys Act. Within the county attorneys, there is what you call legal county councils. Like we have the state council, we have county attorneys. In addition, we have those county solicitor general. So under this, any legal proceeding involving the county and anything, they are supposed to have to be dealt with those legal officers whom we have employed and we are paying.
Yes.
Let us move to independent officers. Independent officers are supposed to recruit their own staff, including legal officers, by virtue of Article 252, Sub-Article 1.
Right.
Let us move to other public entities like Parliament, like Senate, like state parastatals. All of them are allowed by law to employ legal officers. When you get employed, they get paid. Who pays them? It's us.
Our taxes, yes.
It's our taxes. So having, and generally even before, the Constitution, by virtue of Article 232, requires any employment. You must have competitive recruitment. What it means, my friend City and the movie, is that we advertise, all of these public, and they advertise. And we need state council, we need legal officers, we need county what. We advertise, even 1,000 people apply. Then they shortlist those public entities. They shortlist whom they consider the best. Because generally you cannot, any employer will not employ the worst. Then they pick the best, on merit based. Who will sort out their issues? After employing them, then when legal cases now come, those guys are left in the office just idling, taking some tea. We want to look for another external advocate. And then what do? We pay him. And even to make matters worse, the amount of money which is paid is astronomical. And even worse, the second aspect is that the way in which they are paid it does not agree with the public service. Let me just remind you a bit.
Yes.
The pre-2010 constitution, and before we promulgated this constitution, public service used to be in chaos. So that, for example, even me and you, we come out or we graduate today.
Yes.
We go to the public service. You will be fine. Movies earning 100,000.
Okay.
The same cost, the same everything.
Same qualification.
Yes. Manning 7,000. My other classmates earning 20,000.
Yeah.
And sure there was just chaos in the public service. The Kenyan people, in their view, so that we bring some harmony, brought out what they call the Public Service Commission, an independent commission, which essentially makes everything to be okay. So that if we have doing equal work, equal qualification, we earn
Equal pay.
Equal pay.
Yes.
That brought about fairness. In addition to that, we can have equal pay, equal everything, but each of us gets paid a billion.
Yes.
What will happen? We don't have money in the consolidated fund.
Yes.
They now said, even without equal pay, we brought another commission called SRC, which is created by a virtue of Article 230 of the Constitution.
Right.
The work of the article, the SRC, was to bring what they call physical sustainability. That we are paying whatever amount, even 10 bob, but it's physically sustainable comparing with our budget and our income and our economy. So then what came about, then in addition, they brought about Article 227, that we can have procurement of services and the goods. That's what it says. But it also gives a rider. The procurement of services and the goods must be merit-based, competitive, and even most importantly, cost-effective. So what the legal professional does is that the advocates, if for example I'm an advocate, assume I'm an advocate, I say I am not employed, but
Yes.
I'm an advocate.
Okay.
I say I want to get into the public service so that I can get some money. There are two ways in which you can enter the public service according to the legal profession. Number one, you can apply to the state council or legal officer. You get employed. But then the amount which you earn is capped by SRC.
Yes.
So if I want to say I want to get into the public service and I earn 200 million in 1 month, and I get employed, I will get employed, but I will not get the 200 million.
Yes.
So what do? I bypass the SRC. I produce the procurement limp. I talk with the movies, my friend.
Procurement officer.
Yeah. I want to earn 200 million in one case. If I get employed, I will run 200,000.
Yes.
But now I want 200 million, not 200,000.
Na hii kesi moja.
Tu. So what do? Movies, my friend tulizoka naye shule, is my homemate from huko Nakuru town west ama Kisii.
Or I'm your in-law.
I'm your in-law. Yeah, something like that. You have our sister there.
Lazima shemeji ashibe.
So what do? I say just apply, advertise for competitive, it's in quotes. It's not really competitive procurement.
Okay.
Then from there, when I get there, I do one case. I the amount paid, if you check the advocate remuneration, or it's called ARO, it states, and I quote, the amount of which money which you have paid depends on complexity of the case and any other circumstances of the case.
So that one is not necessarily, it has not been quantified.
Yes, even complexity is you to decide.
Yes.
So if I do one case, I say, this case
is very difficult.
The word is complex. This is very complex.
Yeah.
And any other circumstances justifies 200 million. I just write the invoice of 200 million. And you pay me.
So we've been...
Once you pay me, then we meet in the evening. Kukunywa chai. Sasa nilipa 200.
I give you a kickback.
Shika 50 yako na mimi niko na 150. You understand like that?
So that is what has been happening.
That's what has been happening.
So when we see the counties we see paying lawyers to the tune of billions.
Yes. That's what has been
That is what
has been happening.
How did all this begin? I mean, is it illegal for any government, national or county, to actually engage lawyers external to the legal team that they have within their purview?
In our argument, that's what we're saying is illegal. That's our petition before court. And we are justifying like that. Article 201 of the Constitution states that we must have prudent use of public financial resources. It's not me who wrote the Constitution.
It's the people of Kenya.
It's the people of Kenya. Of course, I was involved in the referendum, but it's the people of Kenya. In their view, they said that among the principles of public finance covered in chapter 12 of the Constitution, what is a principle? They must have prudent use of financial resources. For example, is it prudent that we advertise, we employ 1,000 of them, we sit in the office, while at the same time, and we pay you, it's not for free.
Yeah.
We pay you even everything, even insurance and everything, even we give you even a car and everything with an office. After that, when what you're supposed to happen comes, which is supposed to be defending the government, we now move, no. Movie does not have enough knowledge.
Yes.
Movie cannot understand contract law. Let us look for this person X. And this person X, we pay him 200 million in one case. For example, if you compare like this case of Adani. So remember there was Adani who used to wanted to have to have some airport, JKIA.
Yes.
To something of that. Then when we make noise, then it was cancelled.
Yeah.
Like in that case, the external lawyers, they were paid 243 million for that one case.
Kenya
for
shillings.
defending that we took cases to court.
Was there documentation that showed the basis on which that amount was paid?
Yes, in fact, there's a letter which they say that this so-called firm had what you call institutional knowledge. It's so special. It was something of that. Not when you want to justify everything, you can always say anything.
Yeah.
So remember, like when the hyena wants to eat its
children, lazima mnanuka kama mbuzi.
You look like a goat, and in fact you are a goat. So like, forgive, you want to justify. That's what happens.
But Daktari, you know, in 2020,
yes,
a High Court ruling ruled the complete opposite of what you're saying. It actually said, it quoted under section 25(2) that the Attorney General, let me read it out for you, that the Office of the Attorney General Act, it can procure services from private lawyers to represent the national government in civil litigation. However, this must follow fair, transparent, and cost-effective procurement rules.
Yes, that's true. Mokti has said very well. A statute has said that. This is a constitutional petition. Under the hierarchy of the Kenyan law, the constitution is supreme, followed by statutes, what you call acts of parliament. Yani those laws that are parliament. This is what you call subsidiary legislation. These are guidelines, orders, and everything. Then below there's presidents, then there's traditional laws, you know, like that. So what we are saying, we are impugning the validity of the statute. Among the statutes which we want to be declared a constitution is section 22(2) and section 25(2) is the one my friend has read.
Yes.
Based on what? What does the constitution of Kenya want? The people of Kenya, in their own wisdom, so that this money is always, we always say, public money is always scarce. It is not ubiquitous. So what that one means, we must spend it. We have to spend, yes, but in a fair manner.
And wisely.
And wisely, and in a prudent way. It's not my words. They are justifying that aspect in Article 227. Article 227 say that the goods and services can be procured. That's what I'm saying. They are even basing on that argument, they can be procured. But it's very different. They also say that, the argument also they say that any person, by virtue of Article 50, has a right of representation. They can use the best lawyers they have. They can use the best. So you cannot say that, let me pick this one, then it means my interest will not be taken care of. But the same is defeatist. As a public candidate, you have advertised 1,001 spaces. 10,000 people apply. In your own view, you have picked the best. Then when you are supposed to, those the best you are supposed to do, now you are supposed to do the work, then you say, oh, they don't know anything. Let me pick this one. That's the first limb of my argument. Then the second limb is in terms of how are they paid. If you realize, they say that advocates, when they come, they're supposed to pay using ARO. The constitution does not allow, at the time you are defending the government. At that time, back in physics, we used to call it time T. At that time, there used to be a curve. Then what's the speed at that point? At the point which you are representing the government, you are doing a public service. When you are a private advocate, when you come to this and you argue on behalf of the government, at that point, you are doing a public service.
Yes.
So the argument then, at that point, you should be paid, you should be remunerated according to the public policies and guidelines.
Okay.
You can never come from the private to come to public, but you maintain your rates in the private. But in the public side, among the reasons, you can never you yourself in the public, you can never decide how much you get paid, unless it's through the normal aspect of the CBS, what you call collective bargaining agreement. You discuss. But even then, you can never discuss and agree now that like a doctor is being paying $1 billion. Why I can't tell you that? There's another commission waiting for you. While you discuss, there's another commission waiting for you, whatever you agree. You have to, that's what even the CBA, before they are ratified, they go through SRC, they get what you call a no objection letter. And you're saying you have argued, and this has said, then that's what then the CBAs are ratified. But in short, what we're trying to put across, whatever amount you say must be physically sustainable. It's not my word. It's under Article 230, sub Article 5.
So what you're saying is, for example, if the government decides to go for, like in your profession, you're a surgeon.
Yes.
So you work for the county government.
Yes.
So there are rates that the county government pays
you. Yes.
However, if you are in your own private practice, there's a charge you charge, which I'm assuming would be higher than what the county.
Don't assume. Let me tell you the facts.
Right.
Me, I'm a surgeon. We have what we call KMPDC rates, Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council rates.
Right.
For example, if you have cancer of the pancreas, normally we remove that cancer, that head of pancreas, we throw it away. We connect the pancreas to the small intestines.
Directly.
The bile goes directly there. In the KMPDC rate, we are supposed to be paid in one procedure around $500,000.
Okay.
In the KMPDC rates.
Okay.
But then, in the public, we can do those even 100 of them in a month, but we still maintain our
rate.
Not our rate. Our public service salary hiyo mwezi moja tu. Wewe sema sasa mimi because niko employed nimefanya hizi masalaries
surgeries
10 nipe 5 million. You will not be pay. Kama unalipo 200 per month unalipo
hiyo ndio utapata.
Exactly.
Okay.
Alafu number 2, in the unlikely event we don't have that what you call expertise in Nakuru, we refer to KNH or we refer to MTRH. Even in KNH, in the unlikely event, they don't have the expertise. They can request somebody from the private to come.
But they will be paid.
The first thing before they advertise as a public service, you don't just come. They will advertise. In the government, you just don't walk in and get your money. They advertise the big, the best. What that institution considers the best.
Okay.
But when he comes, he will be paid. In government, we are paid per days. If he works for 15 days in a month doing those surgeries, he will say if he was a permanent employee, he would have paid how much? We say 300,000. He has worked for 15 days, so we pay him 150,000, regardless of how many surgeries he has done. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the doctor is coming from private to government, but it still maintains the public service rates.
Okay.
But in the legal profession, what they do, they come from private to government, but they retain
the private.
Rates. And in the private, among they use if you take the 50th schedule of their advocate remuneration audit says you can charge whatever you want based on what you consider your complexity and other circumstances of the case. So which means somebody can come like that case, for example, if he was an advocate, you say, this is a complex surgery I've done, is very complex. It's called Whipple's procedure.
Yes.
And it's very delicate because sometimes it can have leaks and other. It can
Sinimali mnapitianga pale kwa ambulary.
Yes, ambulary, yes. Yes, hapo kwa duodenum tunakuja from there they are what the common bile duct, then tunasijoin kwa small intestine.
Right.
We do a lot of anastomosis. We can save even for 8 hours. So but then with all those hardness, all those difficulties, you can never come in the government and say, this is extremely complex. Give me 5 million. But in government, in the advocate, like for example, like even the case I've told Adani, 243 million, that's a quarter of a billion for one case. There's another case, in fact, which was Karen District Association. They were against the project in Nairobi City County, the county we live in. They did just one case and they requested 151 million in one case, and they were paid. And we have evidence.
Yes.
So one case, 151 million. Imagine you, a million is a lot of money. Just be given 151 of them. And this is not isolated case.
Yes.
You have seen even like Nakuru City County had a legal bill of 21.3 billion. Back in this specific case, they say that the reason why they are hiring private lawyers is they don't have capacity. They have only 17 counter attorneys against 1172 cases.
Okay.
Which might be true. I agree, 17 comments, 11 is a lot of work. They say they don't have money to employ more legal,
but they have money to pay private.
That's what I'm saying. But they have money, 21.3 billion to pay for external lawyers.
Yet we have lawyers out here. I actually have relatives who are lawyers and they don't have jobs.
No. But
okay,
if we accept that the county government and the national government don't actually have the requisite manpower to deal with all the cases that come to them.
Yes.
Do I understand you to be saying, by all means, get expertise elsewhere, but they must be compensated at the same rates that those who work in those public entities are paid? Is that what you're saying?
That's one of the limbs.
That's one of the limbs?
Yes, there are many limbs of the argument.
I want to hear the others. Your limb ni meshika. The other limbs?
The other limb, number one, before, number one, like for example, I will answer before I add another one. For example, I've done this. I have a friend of mine who works with state law office. They did analysis on the amount, the outcomes of cases for external lawyer. They found that for every 10 cases they give to external lawyers, 80 are lost. 8, which translates to 80% loss. These themselves, they did internal audit for themselves to understand the impact. That's number one. Number two, let us see what that one means. It means as Kenyans, we have triple tragedy. Triple, not even single. The first thing, under the Kenyan law generally, when you lose a case, the person who loses pays the other lawyer the costs. If we were between you and the movie, if I lose a case, I pay you.
Yes.
So the first thing, when we lose as Kenyans, the Kenyan government pays costs of the other lawyer. That's the first loss. Number two, as an external lawyer,
that is what they agree on.
Normally the
cost, you lose the case, you pay the cost for everything.
Normally the costs follow the event. That's what the costs they say. The costs follow the event. So if I sue movie and I lose, generally, I will pay movie the cost we used to defend that. So,
but have I not heard of cases where the judgment states clearly that everybody pays for their own costs?
Yes, but I'm saying majority of the cases, not all.
Majority?
Yes.
End up that way?
Yes. So
if the government ends up suing you and then you are like, oh, tuende kazi na nikishinda mnanilipa sababu nyinyi ndio mmeniletea kesi.
So let me tell you the 3 issues. So in that case, the government has lost. It means the first loss as Kenyans, this money is individual. As Kenyans, we have to pay the other advocate. So we have lost. That's the money which we have been used somewhere. Then number two, as an external advocate, I need to be paid. That's the second one. Number 3, we lose in that there are some advocates which we pay wana relax kwa nyumba. You understand? So it means we are losing 3. We are paying people idling in the office. Number 2, we are paying the external lawyer. Number 3, we are paying the other lawyer whom we lose a case to. If, for example, we would have had our internal lawyers, we would have had only one loss. Number 1, we will not pay external lawyer. So that's your cost imetolewa. The amount of money which we pay you as a salary, already we pay you. So there's nothing we add on top. Then maybe the only loss tutakulipa wewe kama movie sasa because we have lost the case against you.
Okay.
So the other limbo city was saying, I've said there are many limbs. Among the limbs, number 1, the first limb, they must prudent use of financial resources. So our argument, the first limb is that having employed people which you are competitively employed, then it is against the prudent use of financial resources to hire external lawyers. That's the first limp. Number two, in the unlikely event we need an external lawyer, then it means if we need it, then we need to have it. By virtue of Article 227, those aspects must be cost effective. Cost effectiveness means you have to have external lawyers when there's no capacity within us. But even the county government, there's some county governments, for example, who have not fully employed county attorneys. For Section 43 of the County Government Act 2012, it allows county government to request the Office of the Attorney General to use this own advocate to defend it. So there's always a leeway. Kama for example Nakuru County, the way Nairobi nasema ina pesa, if they can write to the AG, iwape state council. Because in any case, we are doing the same government.
Yes.
So the third aspect is in terms of compensation or what called remuneration. If you are to need, then it means remuneration must be based on the public service rates.
Okay.
And then the fourth one, the right of representation is good, but it must not be defeatist. Okay. You cannot, for example, Radio Generation decides it wants to hire the best anchors. You advertise. Then when anchoring now is needed, then you say, those people I'm employing, they don't have knowledge of anchoring.
Let's get one.
Why do you employ people who don't understand what you are doing? Under Article 226 of Article 5, the Constitution says if your action as a public as a person through omissions or actions leads to loss of public fund, then you are personally liable for that loss. That's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now this one, what is the court say? When are we expecting some judgment?
So the ruling was there. We got conservatory orders. It said there should be no new engagements.
Yes.
In addition, that's number one. Then number two, they were meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
For what we call
tomorrow 30th.
30th, yes.
Okay.
That is January 2026 to give direction on disposition of the case. Then I think that's the case. Of course, the advocate have complained aloud that it will remove livelihood of advocates among others. Whereas I have no personal, I need to say, I have no personal aspects against the advocate. Let them also earn a living.
Yeah.
But my primary role is to preserve money, our public money. But even if I win this case, I will not get even above. But I have already lost because I used my money to fight those cases. That's number one. And I always say, even if it was my case for fun, if we had an arrangement, even as surgeons, where we get private surgeons, they come and do private work and public work, then they charge using KMBDC rates, which is almost 4 or 5 times, 10 times than the public rates, still I will complain. By virtue I'm a surgeon, it does not make it a right, but by virtue the person coming in are surgeons. I always say, a wrong is always a wrong. It does not matter who does it.
Whether it's a doctor or a lawyer.
Yes. Because they always say, why am I picking on lawyers? I'm just discriminatory. The answer is very simple. Under the office of the Auditor General and the Control of Budget, even the Auditor General and the Control have complained about the exorbitant legal fees. The same OAG did not complain about, as a professional.
Yes.
They didn't complain about plumbers. They didn't complain even anchors or like watu kama nyinyi. Hapo complain about drivers. They never complained even architects. They never complained about engineers. So this issue came from the office of the Auditor General. This report, you can even search there. Andika to office of the Auditor General, office of the Control Budget. Read it for yourself. You will find that, for example, like the county government have a legal bill of around 56 billion.
Let me ask you, for example, in Nakuru County where you serve,
yes,
deni yenu ya lawyers ni how much?
Sisi tuko around 547 million.
5 or 7 million.
597 million.
597 million.
The cup is taken by the Nairobi County, who are at 21 billion.
Yeah.
21.3 billion.
So if we were to follow the procedure or an ideal situation whereby everyone is paid according to the rates that should be paid.
Yes.
Now these are the government rate or public rates.
Yes.
How much would we have saved? A county like Nakuru yenye kona 5 or 7 million.
Actually, that
tukikuwa tunaangalia deni ya how much?
Like for example, on average, the lawyers, they are graduate of universities.
Yes.
They're paid around 200,000. You save a lot. For example, even a million imeandika malawyers watano.
Hiyo ni kila mwezi.
Kila mwezi. So unajua ukirealize hata hiyo nakwambia kama 2 for 3 million,
yes,
ni kesi ya dani ilikuwa around 2 to 3 months.
Yes.
Tuko na 2 for 3 million in 2 to 3 months. 243 a quarter billion.
Hiyo ingefanywa na public servants wangelipwa
ingefika million in those 2 months.
Yeah. So we would have saved roughly 242 million.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to put like for example hiyo kesi ya Nakuru, hiyo ya current district association with the county government of Nairobi lipa 151 million in one case. 151 million. Just a million tu unaziwekelea zinafika 100, unaweka kando, unaongeza 50, unaongeza moja. Mbona like that? A million inakuanga refu sana. Kama hiyo ni 1,000 peke yake. So hata kama ukiwekelea hiyo note moja uanze kutembea naye utachoka. Even if you were to put a 1,000 weka one after the other. Mpaka ifike 151 million. Kutembea juu yake peke yake utachoka. Like that.
So we would have saved a lot of money.
A lot of
or rather,
money.
we should be saving lots and lots of money.
Yes.
And I agree with you, Dr.
But who is supposed to provide clarity as to the things that you are saying? Because one...
Let me... Okay, I'll continue.
No. The LSK has come out fighting.
Let me answer you. Number one, who? The answer is simple. All of us. Constitution says every person. The word person includes entities, yani state corporation organs. LSK inafaitia watu wake. It's a union. But that's what we be complaining. The LSK needs to decide either to be a regulatory or be a union. But they have introduced a clause which essentially looks like it's a union. It fights for its own. Mpaka kama saizi kuna elections. So even president, there are 3 presidential candidates. Wanyama, Kabata, and my friend Wanjama.
Yes.
So they are even saying the person who would fight this case to succeed is to win. Yani it's not a campaign tool. But you have to be honest. Me as Dr. Magare Gikenyi, I will not be there for all the years. Even as a city Kinambuvi. But we have to ask ourselves, where are we heading as a country?
Can I just read a comment here from one of our viewers?
Yes.
Bruce Lee anasema hivi. So what is your argument that because you are employed by the government you should lower your fees if you are a professional ? And if you are employed by government you should do the work for free? I'm assuming that's what he
No,
meant.
number one, I'm saying I'm not saying that nobody should reduce his fees. For example, when you came here, there was my assumption is that as an employee, there was a negotiation to agree on. But in the government, there are rates already set by the Constitution and the Public Service Commission and the SRC. Those rates, I did not set them. It is in the wisdom or lack of it of Kenyan people who decided in their view that the best way to run. Initially, we used to have I started by saying,
yes,
pre-2020 Constitution, the public was in chaos. City can get 100,000, I get 50,000, and something like that.
Yes.
So the Kenyans, in their view, said, let us have some uniformity. So that's what I'm saying. If you want to come in the public service, use your rates. Even in this organization, you can come useme mimi nataka kulipwa $1 billion per month. Kusema si shida. But the policy hapa iko nayo. Kama if they can afford kuambia asante sana, but sasa yetu inakuanga hivi. Ukiona unaingia. Ukiona ni si ngumu, una back where you are.
Yeah.
That's what we are saying. Even if there was a need, we need to have a situation whereby those rates need to be followed up.
Yeah. Of course.
Sema mtu afanye for free.
Yes. But the argument that LSK has for them, they were actually against this. The orders. I think the orders that were given that they shouldn't continue until further notice. Right.
Yes.
That was their main contention. But have you actually sat with them to just tell them that, look, guys, if we are being honest, this is very expensive.
Number one,
for the Kenyan public.
For example, I would answer. Number one, I'm not sad. Number two, my argument is just simple. That you can never sit with someone against constitutional provisions. Constitution is supreme. Hata ukiagree sasa, let me kill you, even if tunaagiri ama tukiri mtoto wako, even if tunaagiri, let me kill your mtoto. By the way, tumeagiri in itself, the constitution says killing is bad. Does not make it right. That's my argument. So those are the issues that you remember even this case of the Kenya pipeline IPO. If you realize we are selling our pipeline,
yes,
for a song.
Are we?
Yes, we are.
How?
Look, this petition, I will send it to you. For example, number one, even the decision itself was made by the World Bank and the IMF. So that it can.
They are the ones who made the decision that we should sell.
They pushed us as an EFF, extended credit facility. So that, and if you realize, even in terms of the openness, it's not very open. Because we are moved to court, the court will decide on its own. But we need, even Safaricom, you realize the Safaricom, they want to sell it to a specific person. Safaricom, if you want to sell shares, for example,
to a specific company.
Yes. You can, if number one, my view is it should not be sold. But if there is a need to be sold, advertise. Even a movie can buy. Who told the government that movie ana pesa ma city? Mwenye unajua company can be in shares. So
wanajua pay slip yangu.
Yes. So that's what I'm trying to put across. But in short, what I'm trying to put as a society, my major point, learning point is that number one, I have no problem people earning their living.
Yes.
In fact, I like even I admire lawyers. I wish one day I'd be a lawyer, and I have no problem with that. But my aspect is still simple. As a society, we need to have prudent use of financial resources, not for even ourselves, for even for our future generation. But if we keep quiet, we will suffer. As I told you last time, if you remember,
yes,
generally, as a society we live in, is divided into three major groups. If you remember, I said the lower class, ni ile mtu akiamka asubuhi, he thinks about one thing: how to eat. That's all. The upper class is the one who amasses wealth. It does not add wealth. He or she amasses. To amass means you add something which you have. He amasses wealth. He does not amass richness. This is itaisha. Wealth means ni ile pesa ukikuwa na hata usipofanya kazi.
You have it in perpetuity, yes.
So number 3, we have the middle class now. Me and you, whom we like majority of us. In the middle class, is very even two major groups. There are people who just like wanakuja kazi kama leo they just like status quo and the status quo. And that's all. Then there's people like me and you who try in their own view to try to make our society a better place than we found it. Whether we succeed or not, that's a story for another day.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. As a society, let us work as a team. So that at the end of the day, we ensure that we do everything which is good for us and for future generations, so that at the end of the day we leave a society a better place than we found it.
Thank you so much, Daktari.
Yes.
We have come to the end of this show as it is today, and we wish you all the best as far as 12th of June is concerned, for the sake of the country.
Is there any question viewers have asked?
Actually, what you have elaborated has touched on more or less all those aspects.
Okay.
Yes, but thank you so much for making time to come. Umetoka all the way to Nakuru?
Yes.
From Nakuru, sorry.
Nakuru town west.
Nakuru town. Na sasa unarudi huko. Uendelee na upasuaji.
Yes.
Sawa.
Asante sana.
Do stand by. Coming up in the next hour, we have Arnold Maliba, and the conversation, of course, is still on matters politics. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested 2 people in Nairobi accused of operating an unlicensed medical facility in Kawangware. The crackdown, led by detectives and medical regulators, forms part of a nationwide effort to shut down illegal clinics and protect the public from unqualified practitioners. The detectives apprehended the suspects on Wednesday in Kawangware, an informal settlement within Dagoretti, following intelligence-led investigations into the operation of illegal clinics in the area. Policy and governance expert Alfred Omenya has criticized both the government and the opposition, accusing them of thuggery, failed leadership, and a dangerous abdication of responsibility. He warned that Kenya is drifting towards instability as floods loom and the 2027 election approach. Speaking in an interview on Radio Generation today, Omenya said the conduct of both sides have made it nearly impossible for the public to know the truth.
And I think the problem we now have is a problem of thuggery, where government is behaving as thugs and the opposition is behaving as thugs. So it's impossible to tell, exactly who bought tear gas from Gikomba or who bought it from wherever. Yeah, because on one side somebody saying no, the tear gas people in the church, and on the other hand somebody saying no, those who are complaining are the ones who tear gassed, and now they're blaming the government. But because both parties are well-known thugs, it becomes almost impossible to believe either. In fact, for me, I don't apply my mind to it at all because it's a waste of my time.
Matatu operators have threatened to go on a nationwide strike starting Monday next week. They say the strike stems from incidents where their vehicles are set on fire by border operators. Speaking to the media on Wednesday, the operators accuse the government of failing to protect them from violence. They say they are frustrated because despite being among the country's biggest taxpayers, the government has not done enough to ensure their safety.
If the government is not able to protect us, we want to bring us back. Our young people reformed and decided to form circles and be operators. They have their uniform, they have their licenses licensed by the government. But if the government is not protecting us anymore, anywhere a border rider will stop and start stoning a matatu or a private vehicle. All the vehicles on road will be stopping there and dealing with them there and square.
Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba says the Ministry of Education is yet to fully analyze and determine the total cost of educating a learner from grade 1 to university. Ogamba was responding to questions from members of parliament over the high cost of education in the country. Speaking during a session with MPs attending a workshop in Naivasha yesterday, Ogamba, however, said the government has reduced school fees in a bid to curb illegal increments.
Can you explain that huge difference? What makes a child of grade 7 require so much more than one of grade 6, yet they are actually in the same institution?
The simple answer to your question is that we actually, as a country, do not know how much it costs to educate a child from grade 1 all the way to university.
A new group of Rwandans, including former fighters of the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, has been returned from Eastern Congo to Rwanda under United Nations-led initiative. The operation carried out on Tuesday at the Goma-Rubavu border crossing, including 34 individuals, of whom 15 were ex-combatants and 19 were family members. The repatriation was conducted through MONUSCO's disarmament, demobilization, reintegration and stabilization program. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But Now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. And like I told you, in this particular hour, we want to refocus our conversation and talk about why President Ruto needs the infrastructure fund. Yes. And with us is the party leader, Progress Plus Alliance, Arnold Maliba. Or is it Maliba Arnold? Arnold, welcome to Radio Generation. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Nice to see you.
I actually thought I was here this year.
No,
the year has been so long.
Yes, kind of. January this year imeenda faster kuliko zile January zingine.
Mine has been long. It feels like it's 88
For real?
January.
Yeah. You know people who say that are broke, eh?
Yes, definitely.
So that means
the economy is not doing
kidogo
well.
Kona shida.
Unless wewe utuambie pale unatoa pesa.
M-Pesa namba yako ni ile niliacha ile tu.
Inamaanisha hujapitia hapo.
Wacha nitaona vile tutasaidiana. But welcome to Radio Generation this year. The last time we saw you, it was during Baba's funeral. Then after that, I think we saw each other a week later. Baada ya hapo tujaonana tena.
I'm happy to be back.
Karibu sana.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this infrastructure fund. Why do you say, or why do you think rather the president needs this fund?
I think generally, the president has marketed, and by the way, Mbuvi, I just wanted to let you know that in William Ruto's Kenya, the definition of a scandal is any public program that has presidential level marketing. Once it has got a presidential level marketing, you know that it will end up in a scandal.
Okay.
So it will be important to qualify this conversation as we start that I feel that this National Infrastructure Fund is going to be William Ruto's biggest scandal. It's going to be his Anglo leasing. It's going to be
golden bag.
His golden bag. Whatever other scandals we've had, this is actually going to be the biggest scandal for William Ruto.
It's going to be the flagship.
The flagship scandal.
Okay.
Yeah.
How so? Because so far this government has faced several problems as far as scandals are concerned. We're talking about Adani. We are talking about the gas issue. We're talking like shida ni nyingi sana. Why do you think that this one is going to be the biggest of them all, the mother lode, if I may call it?
First of all,
yeah,
this is what it's been sold for. And one of the reasons why I actually think it's important that we're having this conversation is because the people we give power to speak are no longer able to speak. The people who should be defending the republic, the people who should be defending the public purse, we lost them. And it now falls on us. We outside there, you guys in media, to actually raise these issues. Parliament has failed us. Otherwise, if Parliament was working, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yes.
But I know that the only speed bump between the president and the National Infrastructure Fund is the court order currently by Judge Mwamuye. Otherwise, outside of that, if that actually works through, they will actually be rushing through and just reinforcing this.
Okay.
I need to actually say this, that for the president, the National Infrastructure Fund is his shortcut, number one, to avoiding the budget making process. In 2024, the president learned from Gen Zs that budgets are very toxic. Budgets are actually polarizing if they are not handled well and if they are not people sensitive. And therefore, the president seeks to bypass the budgeting process as we know it and as established by law. So he wants to have a pot of money where he can actually dip in his hand and pick at will with little supervision. There is no budget. And that is reason number one.
Yes.
Reason number two, the president needs the National Infrastructure Fund because he is going to elections. And because of elections, he needs two things. He needs populist programs and he also needs campaign money.
But the president is very wealthy from what we understand. I think Forbes have placed him at, is it for how many billions? Several.
Like all politicians in Africa, when you see their wealth, for everybody who has got wealth that is actually spoken of, there is a product you can attach to. There is work that is done. I have always asked this question. What is that one product that the president actually produces that makes him puts him amongst the leading
business people?
Business people in this country. No, not really. Let's not talk about business people. Let's just talk about the wealthy people in this country.
Okay.
What product, what is that single product that President William Ruto makes that makes him the billionaire he is, or whatever he is? Remember that he has never worked outside of public service in all of his life.
Okay.
And from what we know, if you were to work your math, crank it up, tell me, having if you've been an MP, even if you are an MP for 30 years.
Yes.
Of course he's not been for 30 years. What product are you producing in parliament that will actually earn you that much money?
Okay.
Because in conventional places, in developed countries, in the ideal places where we want to go, even in Singapore where he says he wants to take us, them that have money have a product and a service to show for it.
Okay.
So when you say that, I'll just need to...
The reason actually I brought it up is because other than me not knowing, as Paul Mungala movie, how he made his billions,
all of us don't.
Yeah, but I'm speaking for myself.
All of us don't.
Yeah. So the point is, it is a fact that he's wealthy. Whether how he got that money is a question for another day. So does he really need the National Infrastructure Fund for him to fund his campaign?
Yes.
Actually, it's not a factor for another day. It's a fact. You see, he is following a well-trodden path in this country, where those we consider to be our native millionaires or billionaires, if you look at the history, the vast majority started in one form or the other working for or with the government.
Okay.
There was a time when it was actually possible to get a loan, and this was a small window during what we call the Africanization process.
Okay.
You could actually get a loan, National Bank, maybe KCB. You could buy a building, and in 10 years, that building will have paid itself off. That window did not last a lifetime. Yet, for the longest time, the people whom we represented as the wealthiest in the country were civil servants. The era of the politician being the wealthy person, they were spotted. It came later. So the question you have to ask, how is it that in this present day and age, we as Kenya have a unique situation where the people we count as among our wealthiest happen to be politicians? And these politicians don't have any unit of value addition that Arnold is referring to that you can point to and say that's where his money comes from. They don't have. And even what they seem to build, when you look at the output, it still doesn't justify what many of them claim to have. So,
because Mbuvi,
yes.
If you check the industrialists we have got quite a number of industrialists. Of course, our industrial base has shrunk over time. Nairobi at some point had 11% of its land mass under industrial use.
Yeah.
Today, it's been reduced to only 3% of Nairobi that is actually under industrial use. So if you are to see what the industrialists in this country are doing, the kind of work that is actually put in, and see the money they actually are making, because the best way to actually know if somebody is actually like producing something and wealth is to look at their tax remittance. So you cannot be wealthy and there is not so much tax about you. So why would we be having people who are rated as amongst the wealthiest, but they don't beat Safaricom in paying taxes? They don't beat EABL in paying taxes. So what exactly is this product they produce? Anyway, we are talking about NIF. So let's go back to NIF. And I just need to say this, that the National Infrastructure Fund is not about roads. It's not about development. It's about, like I said, evading the budget, evading parliamentary oversight, and also making money. And I need to bring this home. So, way before we had the National Infrastructure Fund endorsed by Cabinet,
yes,
we had a change in the Privatization Act. Parliament, for one reason or the other, was quickly made to pass a segment that then allowed the cabinet and the privatization authority to proceed and dispose of public assets without parliamentary oversight. Mbuvi, this is a situation where you have your watchman, your security person down here, having a conversation with a potential security risk and telling him, you can come in after you have done whatever you can now come back and report to me and tell me I was in here doing this and then now I'm coming out.
Yeah.
As in, the cabinet privatization authority, let's just say the cabinet can proceed and dispose of public assets and then now come back and report to parliament after
is what
fact.
happened, yes.
We saw that we could sell this and then now we did, and this is what we are doing with the money. That was paving way for the National Infrastructure Fund. Now, the cabinet has actually passed that resolution. I think it was on 15th of November last year, 2025. So, and immediately after that, then we went in with a presidential level rendezvous all over the country, pushing the business, or rather the gospel of the National Infrastructure Fund. And how has it been marketed? It has been marketed as an undebt, that it's not debt. That's and it's being actually marketed as a miracle. This is a silver bullet for Kenya's infrastructure sector.
And it isn't.
And that, what is going to happen, people are being told, you're not going to pay taxes. There will be no pain, but you will have ports, you will have roads, you will have railways and everything. You know, even in developed worlds where the National Infrastructure Fund is working, or rather where it has been, it is normally the best way of hiding the national debt. Because once you move it outside of the conventional budgeting, the spreadsheet, the way it's supposed to work, you remove it from the headlines and you put it in the footnotes. So now it's not going to parliament. It's not going through the budgeting cycle as it's supposed to be. So it's something just on the side. And that's how you hide debt. And by the way, debt does not cease to be debt just by renaming it. So simply because we rename it and call it something else, it doesn't change. Debt is defined by who is supposed to pay. In this particular instance, we will be hedging sale of public assets, including future revenue. So you are spending tomorrow to be solvent today.
Yes.
That's exactly what we are doing. So here, and my argument, or rather my thinking around this, my understanding of it is quite straightforward. Actually, I am now old enough to actually know what is happening.
Yeah.
That the government is running, or rather the regime is running out of time. We are facing an election in 18 months. The president needs money. So what is he going to do? He has
money
already,
for what purpose?
Of course, to buy votes, to socialize us into running around and doing the razzmatazz that goes into that. But we can talk about that later on. But then let's get here. So essentially, and I'm raising this issue because if Kenyans do not stop the National Infrastructure Fund now, as a country, if we don't stop this thing now, we are going to get into complications. Number one, our democracy already is strained. You see what's happening everywhere. So here we are going to give ammunition to already a man who has already demonstrated that he is willing to mess up the democracy further. So let me break you down to what will actually happen here. So, or what is happening here. Number one, you've already asked Parliament to cede their oversight role. Never in the history of the sane people has anybody ceded power given to him by the people, by the masses, at the behest of an individual or two.
Arnold, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Please. They have ceded the power. Why is the executive being blamed and they are the ones who have ceded power that was given to them?
Today, if we were to start having a conversation about Parliament, it will be too late. Here, the horses have already bolted. And that's what I'm saying. Parliament cedes its power to oversight the disposal of public assets.
Yes.
Something that is very sensitive, right?
Yes.
But it's this Parliament, you remember, that convinced all of us when everybody was saying that do not tax us more. We do not agree with what you guys are doing. We are the people that you represent, and we are telling you this is not right. These people proceeded and passed the finance bill in 2024. And then when the president voided the decisions they had done, at least temporarily for that particular moment, they gave him a standing ovation. So we are not dealing with sane people here. We are not dealing with people who understand what they are doing. We have a problem. So we cannot then camp there and say that we have got a parliament. If there is anything we do not have as a people of Kenya, is parliament. We are on our own. And that is why people like Dr. Kikenye, who has been here, actually standing up. That's why individuals like Omtata are now fighting in their personal, individual capacity.
Which the Constitution allows them to do.
Yes, the Constitution allows them. But then we as a people ensured that we had conventional mechanisms in place. We did not establish parliament in vain. Parliament was not established as a decoration in the Constitution. The term representation in the Constitution as the first role and function of parliament is not poetry. It's not something that is just put there.
It's not a suggestion.
It's not a suggestion. It means something. But these people have abandoned the people who sent them to parliament. Now that they've abandoned them, it's for their own self-survival, and they have found an executive that really wants to exploit that. And that is why the National Infrastructure Fund must stop. But therefore, anybody who hopes for change in this country, it's important for you to study and think through the National Infrastructure Fund. I will be talking about the other fund already that exists. That's called the Sports Fund. That there has its own problems. And on the day when
those problems are big.
They are very big. On the day Kenyans know what is happening at Sasra and at the Sports Fund.
Sasra, the one for SACCOs?
No, not for SACCOs. I'm talking about the board that oversees the trustee board that looks into the Sports Fund.
Okay.
There is a problem there. But then because it's been put in the footnotes, we are not focusing on it. But there is a problem there, and a big one at that. So why the National Infrastructure Fund should worry all of us is that, number one, Parliament has ceded for purposes of the haste that is supposed to happen through NIF. You see how that long ball is played. The president moves fast, behooves Parliament, whether it's through being twisted left, right, and center, or just saying because parliamentarians are not gullible, no one who is stupid wins an election. These are tricksters who've just decided to do the country a bad one. So they are no longer oversighting the sale of public assets. The next thing is that now we are pushing for the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund. In the short run, it's being billed as a 5 trillion fund. So what is required shortly? And of course, words like leverage are being used. So you have got Safaricom about 200 and whatever billion. You put in there
244.
244.
Yeah.
You put in that. Quickly, you will be bringing in about 130 or so from the Kenya pipeline.
I think it's about 180 something. Yeah.
So you throw in there, you already are moving towards 500 billion.
Yes.
Once you have got 500 billion, and these are issues that have not been said, but you expect them to come in that exact succession. You just need about 10% of that fund in there. Then you go to the equity market, you securitize that particular fund, and you get about 2 trillion. And tell those guys, as in already I have got 500 billion here.
Yes.
With 500 billion here, you know that you guys now from next month, or rather from next week, anybody with a payslip, your NHIF your NSSF has gone high. All of that, we are being told that as we raise all this money, we will be finding ways of getting cyclic around it. That is the money that ends up in such like pools. Then we are selling other assets. Because in future, it will become so easy, you just need to transfer an existing asset before we get a seller.
Yes.
And say, now this particular asset belongs to the National Infrastructure Fund.
Did we willingly seek to sell part of
Safaricom?
No, not
KPC.
Safaricom. KPC.
Who asked you in the first place? Who consulted you?
No,
there was no public participation. As in response to that, is that no one cared to ask you.
Who is it? Because
it should be. That's why if Parliament was doing its work, you have got a representative in Parliament who ordinarily stands in for you before we get to the next layer of public participation.
Where
That
I'm going
particular
with-
individual has already ceded his power.
He has ceded the power. We must always state the power which we delegated to him.
them.
It wasn't
Yes.
his or theirs to begin with.
But since it's a constitutional process,
Yes.
we cannot absolve them that entirely.
No, we cannot.
Yeah,
and
so-
we not only not, and we must not.
Yes, we must not.
What I want
so,
to- what I want to
so
understand-
I want us to
Okay,
move from where I was. That's number one. You go to the equity market. Let's just say the Shylock of the high places. Tell them, I have got a legally established infrastructure fund here. We have raised about 10% of the fund, and this is what we plan to do. These are the revenues that will be coming in. These are the assets that we can put under the management, the ownership of this particular fund. So hedged against that, you get about 2 trillion. If you get 2 trillion, you turn this country into a construction site quickly. You remember the roads he promised during the State of the Nation as the year came to an end, and he was getting a standing ovation from Parliament, which actually is a budget-making body. He is actually bringing the magic, and they are clapping. These are the people. You know, Parliament is not a late endorser to the budget-making process. Parliament under the Constitution 2010 is a budget-making organ. They stood up. These are issues they should have already known. You know how the budget cycle goes around. That the budget is in Parliament long before we should be seeing it in the promises, policy promises by the President.
Yes.
They were surprised like everybody else. They were giving him a standing ovation. So once you start making those roads, and there is enough sentiment around some of these public projects, you see, you cannot tell a Luya and Luo today that constructing the Mausamit, the Rironi Mausamit highway, that the PPP as currently structured hurts the economy. They will ask you questions. Where were you? Hiyo kizungu yote ilikuwa wapi when they were building Thika Road? Because when it comes to political communication in this country, it's binary. As in, wale walijengewa, sasa saizi tunawajengea. So people will not understand you when you tell them that we are being ripped off in that PPP framework. People will not understand. They will tell you, hata hao si walijenga. Sasa hii pia hii sisi tujenge. They will not listen to, and politicians reduce these conversations, some of them very complex, into binary. It's them versus us. It's easy to the othering of others, very, very easy. So what am I saying is that once you start doing a little bit of construction here and there, and we all know that corruption in this country is procurement based, and it's heavy when it comes to infrastructure. So you have got, imagine Mbuvi, you bring in 2 trillion this year.
Yes.
You're putting it into infrastructure. You know, let's go with a very conservative estimate of the bribe the president and his boys will collect.
Right.
Let's go with 10%. Do you know how much you get out of 2 trillion? That's 200 billion. We know they take more than that. So we can give them like 20%.
400 billion.
That is 400 billion. Now, if you looked at how they ran the by-elections, the by-elections were heavy financially. It, as in the government side was not campaigning. It was on a development tour, quote unquote.
Yes.
They used money that is equivalent to the annual budget, CDF budget of a constituency, to run a campaign in there.
Okay.
So do you know, if you are to use a CDF budget to run a campaign in every constituency, just an annual budget for the CDF in the constituency, you will only need about 45 billion shillings.
Billion or million?
As in nationally.
Okay.
How much is the constituency fund? Is it 100 million?
I am running with with an average of 150.
150 million.
The other guys who get
A
up to
little more.
180, others get about 120.
So we average it at 150.
So if you average it at 150, you get about
290 constituencies.
Yes. That's close to about 45 billion shillings. I want you to actually remember, put that in mind and look at the kind of campaign that was done in Malava and Mbere. So here we are having now, the president needs money for campaign. So forget the idea that he's a wealthy man or whatever, because the president had 5 things five things that made the president, William Ruto, win the presidency. 5 things. Number 1, he had a solid 2 blocks. Solid Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. He has lost Mount Kenya. The second pillar that made him president is that he had sympathy. it appeared at that particular point that he was being persecuted. So there was a lot, especially from his support base, there was so much feeling like he's being. So that sympathy has been replaced with something beyond anger. There's loathing, there's everything around that, and of course the burden of incumbency. Number 3, he had a pillar called the church and the clergy. He was the church's candidate. And do you know how it actually feels painful? Especially, I don't know how the church, especially the evangelicals, are feeling.
Yeah.
That the evangelical candidate, the church's candidate, has now normalized tear gassing
the church.
It's so normal under this regime, and he says nothing. It moves as if there is nothing. Do you know that when it comes to faith, it is so sensitive that in other places, if you touched a place of worship, you risk burning a whole country. But he's normalizing it. So during peacetime, let me say, quote unquote, during peacetime, you normalize tear gassing, shooting at the altar and everything else. What then happens if we get to elections? So he had, like I said, number 1, he had solid 2 blocks. As a starting, that was his starting capital when we talk about votes.
Yes.
He had solid 2 voting blocks. He had sympathy. He had the church and the clergy. They were all over with him. They were meeting in State House every day.
Yes.
The 4th pillar the president had was the hustler narrative, othering others. So, and it felt so good at that particular point that, like, kuna mabwenyenye na sasa sisi wenye nchi. If you look at the cabinet, by the way, you cannot see a boda boda.
Yeah.
You
Mama
cannot see a mama
mboga.
boga. Even though I know somebody kwa hiyo cabinet who sometimes looks and walks like mama mboga, but I know she's totally an elite. I might not mention the name, but she's totally an elite and might not want to be associated with being mama mboga. But during campaign, I say that because even the elites in this particular administration should be, for purposes of PR,
yes,
should be willing to look like Mama Mboga, posture like Mama Mboga, or boda boda and whatever. Just the other day I saw Soro riding a bike to Nakuru, and the Kenyans were not very amused.
Riding a bike to Nakuru?
Yes.
Bicycle or motorcycle?
Motorbike. Of course, a sports bike.
A super bike.
A super bike, as he went to the MP's meeting. So, and Kenyans were not very happy, but Kenyans really needed to also reduce on venom. You cannot wish that Soro should have met the climax bus. That was not fair. If you look at the comments they were making. So, number 5 that the president had was money. Pillar number 5 was money. So remember, pillar number 1, we have got a president who has got 2 solid blocks, Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. Number 2, he has sympathy. Number 3, he has the church. Number 4, he has got a very, very emotive narrative called the hustler, bottom up. What do you call it? Bottom up. Number 3, he had some money that was unexplained. Until recently, that's when we realized, when Honorable Salah, Yusuf Salah said that it's a certain community that actually gave him 60% of that money. At that particular point, we didn't know who was the owner of the money until Honorable Salah of Fafi said that they are the ones who contributed the money that they gave to William Ruto. So he had 5 things that made him president. Now, out of those, he does not have 2 solid voting blocks, major 2 solid voting blocks. He doesn't have that.
Does he have 1?
Of course, the Rift Valley block remains
largely his,
because do they have an option? So there is that, and that is why, for example, he's doing everything to ensure that the Nyanza region, specifically the Luo Nyanza, do not have an option. Wakiuliza kitu yote wanarushiwa. Stadium ndio hiyo, mnataka namna gani? Kila kitu, as in they have no option. Hata wakijaribu kutafuta vita ndio watoke, mnapatiwa kila kitu, so that they can't run away. So the Luo Nyanza voter has no option. So if you are planning for one term, you plan without that particular vote block. Not because it's bad, but then, if a child has actually not been loved well, and then there's love bombing, that's what the president is doing to Luo Nyanza.
They have affection poured on them.
He is love bombing Nyanza. As in, it's not going to work very easily. And then there is a small thing that people don't know, the mechanics of how the power of Nyanza and Western work. These are 2 people who consider each other as equals, almost twins. And then they have got the small, they are so peaceful. They've been living together for so well.
Yeah.
But it's like two girls who are probably twins. And that if you go out and pick one, the other one will spite you by even dating somebody lower than you just to spite you. so Luo Nyanza has actually gotten into William Ruto's box, and Western Kenya feels spited.
I have a question. Arnold, I have a question here.
Yeah.
And it's still in regards to this money.
Yes.
Now, you're saying that from the NIF that the president might, from your analysis.
If it goes through, if the speed bump that is the court is actually lifted.
Yes.
But then we need to find whoever went to court for that. I don't know if it's Dr. Gikenyo or whoever it is. We actually need to give that particular person support because he is saving the regime. We will be talking about it because it's actually national debt and we are simply renaming it.
So, nataka kuelewa kitu moja. So, he might get 200 billion from that. And that is on the lower side.
On the lower side. Yes. Conservatively, let's say that his boys, of course, who work for him anyway, let's not really pretend like we don't live in this country, from those infrastructure, the massive infrastructure projects that would be launched if he got 2 trillion. Let's say, for example, they picked just 10% of that.
So here lies the question.
Yeah.
The question is, you want to tell me that he hasn't, for the last 3 years now, for maybe that he has been in power, he has not been able to amass that much, perhaps even more. If we were to go with that narrative of, corruption, getting money from here and there.
If Honorable Salah is to be believed,
yes,
is that the president used a lot of money during his campaign. When we saw him going to churches, giving, I think probably that's what the church is now paying by way of tear gas. That he gave them so much. The only thing they had was the numbers.
Okay.
And the hearts of the people. Now, in the language of my people, they say that whoever feeds you beats your mother as you are seated. As in mtu mwenye anakulisha atapiga mamako kama umekaa chini.
Na hakuna tutafanya.
And I think that is what the kind of spite the president is doing to the church and Christians.
Yeah.
That because he has contributed to a few churches here, he can allow the police to do what they are doing and a few politicians, and nothing is done about it. The reason why I say that is because, Mbuvi, I want you to think about a tear gas deployed in a mosque in this country. These are conversations we don't want to have because we are trying to be politically correct. I want you to think about the possibility of the police getting inside a mosque for political reasons, deploying tear gas, shooting and seeing children scampering for safety, kids crying, and then the country moving on as usual. Perhaps. You could never see that in this country. In other places, go to a church. Let me give you an example. If you went to a Catholic church in Philippines and you did exactly what has been done there, there will be no country there. Because you know what? I believe is stronger than I know. When it comes to people's faith, you don't play with it. So you will want to ask, why exactly does the president take it normal that the police and his friends can be playing games around pulpits and altars and nothing is done about it? Anyway, talking about money.
Arnold, let me give you a perspective.
Yes.
One of the mandates of the Christian faith, for those who subscribe to it and those who lead the subscribers, is to fight for the underprivileged.
Yes.
But predominantly to do right and to do good. That involves the support you give and the words you utter in support. When you bring God into a conversation,
into a fight,
and you mention God's name, when you can see wrong has been committed and you commit God to that wrong, let me make the statement, God will not be mocked.
Yes. God will not be mocked. Actually, and I've actually said this in other places and said that the president used to be a Christian. So when I speak to him about the issue of exactly what is happening in churches should mean, and this is not the first time we've seen a religious gathering being disrupted. This is not the first time. And give it to the state for trying to spin. Nowadays they know how to spin and they do it so well, especially on when it comes to playing rough game. So there's something we call narrative inversion. Narrative inversion starts with this, is that I hit you, Mbuvi.
Yes.
then say you hit yourself, and then you use that as a justification to hit you so that you stop hitting yourself. I don't know where you are getting that.
Come again. I get it perfectly. In the no, for movie's sake, explain.
Yes. So you hit me first.
Yes.
Okay.
This is, and it's done. It's a false flag type of operation, where a false flag is the word false flag started where raiders, ships, and whatever will sneak into your places of safety and access by flying a false flag. So that is not the flag they are supposed to. Like, I would fly a flag that looks like yours. So you are comfortable when I move closer, and when I move into you, then I open fire when I'm too close.
Trojan horse.
Yeah, so something close to that. So it's a false flag type of operation where we deploy police on you and our own goons. Then we tell you that those goons were yours.
Yes.
Now you do narrative inversion. You blame the victim.
Yes.
That you organize those goons. So once we do that, of course, the public then is divided. They're like, Mbuvi looks like he's a... and like politicians are rarely clean people. So when you say that Rigiji has actually stage managed it, people are like, this guy, the other day we were impeaching him, he ran and went to hospital and he was sick. It could just be one of those things.
Maybe
maybe he has actually done it. And that's all these guys need. And then now that justifies repression. Then now I move in with force and say, for that particular thing that you did to yourself. And it's a common tactic in politics. We call it narrative inversion. So we move in with the repression then. So with the repression, so first of all, I am the one who's winning.
Yes.
When, for example, a church was tear gassed when William Ruto was actually the deputy president.
Yes.
In Kenol. I think that was in 2021 or 2022. I can't remember very well. You saw the kind of anger it caused. And by the way, it was a very bad thing. So, but then for today, when Rigiji is unable to go to churches, which now is actually I think churches are Rigiji's funerals. Or rather, churches are to Rigiji what funerals were to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Because when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga could not address public meetings, those days you had to get a permit. When it was impossible and the regime ensured that he cannot get a public meeting to address, he realized that people, he's actually the inventor of funeral meeting, the funeral campaigns. A lot of people don't know that. But for him, it was out of necessity. He could not address public meetings. And
so he
therefore,
went to funerals.
So when there is a funeral...
His people. His people.
Yeah.
And this issue of politicians and money, they called it taxpayer. When they were campaigning, they would say, this money that these guys are coming with,
yes,
please take it. It is your tax which they're giving back to you. Now, do you think they knew that it would become the juggernaut it is today? Because now it's normal. People expect to be paid for doing nothing, even not attending, just for being present. You're supposed to be given money. Just for
being called, you are supposed to be given money.
Yes.
Yeah. So they've done that narrative inversion. And that is where we are today. Like I was telling you.
Yes.
Who benefits when Rigiji cannot go to church in central Kenya? Who benefits?
Of course, his opponent.
His opponent who wants to slow, because that man becomes very lethal, especially when he's on the pulpit, or rather addressing congregations.
Yes.
And those are places where, number one, he's vulnerable. Number two, the people who are seated there do not shout back like the way they will do in a rally and whatever. So they listen.
It's a captive audience.
It's a very good audience that you actually run with. So if you just ask who benefits out of that situation, you will know exactly who benefits. Because today, out of which narrative, how does it then benefit? Because what's going to happen in future is that then churches will be like, if Rigiji says he's coming around with his people, say, no, we don't want you. So a man who made his career to the top by going to churches and crying and weeping in churches does not want anyone to follow that script, because he knows how emotive,
how powerful,
and how effective that platform is. So here we are, and that's what actually has been working around. So talking about this fund and where the president is headed with that is that anybody who loves this country must, for the time being, you will be told that the sports fund is working very well. It has got its own problems, but I'll allow it to mature so that then the Auditor General actually comes to it. But before that, they have got a little bit of a difference. The sports fund is supposed to spend actual money it has collected from betting and all the others. We'll be talking about how they are spending that money eventually. It's going to come up that. But then they spend real money. So the sports fund is a wallet. But the National Infrastructure Fund is a mortgage. They are not the same. The other one spends monies it has collected. This one is selling public assets. It's mortgaging future revenues. So this is a mortgage. It's not the same. The sports fund, and they've tried to actually conflate that at some points, telling people, you see, like, we are building Talanta here. Did you see any problem around it? It's not the same entirely.
But Talanta wasn't and hasn't, is it? Are you saying
we
that
still collateralized it?
That's the point I was getting at,
Yeah.
because it isn't as though the sports fund built it. We securitized. You know this fuel levy?
Yes.
Yes. Which brings me to the point. The infrastructure fund, if I were to look at the fuel levy and what it can do, is it not a form of an infrastructure fund?
It is.
Precisely. So
it's just the naming. It's the naming.
So if securitization has worked for building something like Talanta, right?
Yeah.
You've put it very appropriately. We have actually mortgaged the future.
Actually, it's revenues the future.
Yes.
And we are telling people, and the president is clearly telling you, we will have 1 trillion shillings in from NHIF alone. He said, by when?
Yes.
By 2027.
Because you see what happens if you consider, very simply, this fuel levy has always been a grey area. Nobody ever really tells you how much they collect.
Yes.
Because you're talking about vehicles that fuel, and whatever it is that they pay for fuel, a portion of it goes into that fund. Nobody ever tells you the details of the number of vehicles, the regularity, the quantities. That remains.
And the movie had asked something, by the way,
Yeah.
lest we lose it. You asked if they have not been able to loot enough.
Since they
since
took
they came in.
office. Yeah.
There has not been sufficient opportunities to loot, first of all, to satisfy their anger and pay their supporters, their financiers.
Yeah.
You can see some of their financiers are actually being auctioned. And that is one of the reasons why we need this National Infrastructure Fund urgently. We want it urgently because we need to pay. Because now you are the president. You cannot go to people and tell them, when I become president, I will give you these tenders and these and these and these to work. Now you are the president. You must raise that money. But with the way they've actually done, when we were raising issues with Shah, it looked like, okay, these people are just making noise. They don't want change and everything else.
Yeah.
If you can remember, even NYS, you remember NYS? As we spoke about NYS at that particular point, in fact, they said Anwar Guru then was the best working CS, and NYS will revolutionize this country. The revamped NYS will revolutionize this country, that there will be no joblessness. And that Raila did not want that to work because he was the lord of poverty and all the other names they called him. But as sure as sunrise, and I will say as sure as God lives, it didn't take long before 11 years down the line, we still have got Ben Geddes and the others on headlines. You can actually see the signature of a scandal in this country, so long as it has got heavy presidential marketing. If it works like NYS and it backs like NYS, that is a scandal. This NIF that we have today, I can tell you it's only about 3 things.
Yeah.
It's about power, retaining power. It is about money, and it's about elections. This is going to be William Ruto's pass to actually fund the next campaign. But then that brings us to this issue, that when you rename debt, it doesn't stop being debt. When you present equity as a non-debt, you lie. That is accounting theatre. You're not being honest. You rebrand equity and call it a non-debt. So Kenyans are being told, no taxes, no pain, but you're just going to see roads, railways, ports. You are going to see constructions everywhere. As in, where is this occult money coming from, where all of a sudden somebody somewhere has got the money to just pour around?
Yeah.
And then Kenyans are the beneficiaries. And not everybody is doing it across the world because they are stupid.
Let me ask you this question, Arnold.
Yeah.
2 trillion, let's take the view that you have that part of it goes as facilitation fees to somebody.
Yes.
And infrastructure starts being rolled out. There's a model of corruption that is spoken of in the earlier days of the life of this country when it was still an adolescent. What was meant to be built was actually built. And then somebody shaved off a small portion of it, but it was built. And that is why there was progress, because they were actually building. 2 trillion put into development is extremely significant.
Yes.
It is life-changing, it's agenda setting, it's everything. Are we saying
yes
that sort of input into the country would not in any significant way change the country for the better?
This the change for the better, but then we are looking at a better. We are looking at it. Do we really deserve better, or we deserve the best? Realistically, you are not going to put in the 2 trillion shillings if they got it. You will put in probably 1.2, 1.3. The others will find its way going out. Of course, and that money will end up into private hands. Is that what we signed up for as Kenyans?
No, it isn't.
So
no, it isn't.
That is why, and we need to remind Kenyans, by the way, that equity today is debt tomorrow. When you sell the Safaricom shares, you are not recycling idle capital. It was still earning us billions, for example. We still had money coming out. It wasn't idle. It wasn't sitting idle. And by the way, I have also seen them actually push the idea that you go the LLC way. Of course, that is subsequent to the changes that have come from the State Corporations Act that now is GOE, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act. And that they love to give the Safaricom example as the best way, that when quote-unquote Safaricom was a department of
Telcom.
KPTC.
Yeah, Posta.
Kenya Post and Telecommunications
Company.
Yes.
That there was nothing much to it. You know the kind of lie that is actually told through that. Because number one, Safaricom has been entirely a monopoly. They had a lot of concessions that their competitors did not have. They were not, as in the kind of advantage they had, because government had a share, and some people in government then found ways of taking the Mobitelia. That's what we're talking about, people shaving off a small part. For purposes of Mobitelia, those are the people who would actually, they are known people who somehow we are creating, and they bring in no value. They are not bringing any asset, they are not bringing any capital, they are not bringing in personnel or whatever, but somehow they have got a share. It's for that reason that Safaricom rose. And also the second reason why Safaricom became the behemoth it is today, or the juggernaut it is today, is because we were just on the verge of mobile telephony breakout across the world. So, number one, it is barely a monopoly. It has got so many concessions. Its opponents could not match up with that. Then it utilized what is KPTC's assets largely until it was able to stand on its own. So, it is a lie when you tell people that Safaricom has become this big thing. Of course, for nationalistic reasons, if Safaricom was 100% a national government, then I wouldn't worry, because at the end of the day, of course, now government has totally, even at the time when it properly stood up, it already had gone public in ways that you wouldn't explain. But then we used a lot of public resources to build up Safaricom. That is one thing we should never lie to people, that is a success in privatization. That is success out of monopoly. Safaricom cannot be the best example you give people, best practice, and tell people that if you privatize, this is how it goes. When you privatize with the public resources and you are running away with lots of public resources, you then do not then tell Mbuvi tomorrow that this is how we should be doing things. That's not how it works.
And its growth also marked the death of Post and Telecommunications.
Yes, completely. The only reason why we've stuck to Telcom up today, even after we sold it, is that it holds the core infrastructure of government, the military, the intelligence, government, and everybody else. It holds that core infrastructure. And that's why we keep it alive for national
interest.
National security interest. That's why we keep it alive. Otherwise, it kills literally everything else. For Safaricom's reason, we have never had competitive play out in the mobile telephony sector. It's one thing for us to be happy with M-Pesa and everything else. But if you went to other countries, or if you've lived in other countries, you will realize that competition is good. We do not have competition here.
We do. Airtel, whatever it was called at the very beginning.
Kensel.
Yes. Kensel and the services it offered at the very beginning were actually even preferred to Safaricom. Safaricom overtook it.
Safaricom overtook it when the shareholders there realized that they had the backup of the state.
Yes.
And that if they played rough game, there was money in this particular business.
Yes.
And they went all out.
Safaricom was favored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Kensel, I don't know, initially it was Kensel or Celtel?
It started as Kensel.
Kensel.
Yes.
Then became
So-
Zain.
Then
Zain,
Celtel, and then now
if you
Airtel.
go back to the initial complaints, is that Safaricom was actually getting a lot of exemptions and a lot of favoritism at that particular point. There was a time when Kencel's or Celtel's Airtel network was the best at that
It was
particular point.
it was infinitely better.
This one, it's like I hold you until he has escaped and then I release you and tell him catch him. That's what happened. So we can never use that to justify that is what privatization can do. That is not a best practice, at least in a free market.
That is what you call crony capitalism.
Yeah. You are right about NIF, the fund, in terms of the people who petitioned. So we have Dr. Gikenyi, who was here.
Yes.
We have Eliud Matindi. We also have Kofek, and then there are others.
For them, I know they are doing it out of the public litigation interest, but I'm giving you the political aspect of this thing is a political project. Leave alone the idea you are being told about development. The National Infrastructure Fund is not about development.
Yes.
There is a political it is a political project that is simply supposed to serve two things: to keep William Ruto in power, to finance the next elections, to take care of his pending political debts.
Right.
At the end of the day, we will be left with something that is moribund, and because it's underwritten, who is the underwriter of the National Infrastructure Fund? You know, it's easy for you to be told, okay, it will be running as an LLC, but who is the underwriter?
I don't know who is the underwriter.
Of course, it's the public.
The people of Kenya.
It's the government of Kenya. And if anything happens to that fund and collapses or whatever happens, we will have to shoulder it. And
Without taxes.
The word if should not even apply here, because definitely
we will.
With the way they do and run affairs, that fund will end up actually just piling on what we have as national debt. So you are running away because you don't want to go to parliament and raise the borrowing ceiling, the debt ceiling. You don't want to raise that because if you go to parliament, Gen Zs have taught him a little fear of God. If you try to raise new taxes, Kenyans are not happy. So how do you play around that? You go
Arnold, wacha tu nikuulize swali. We have about I'll allow a minute, but the show has actually ended, but I'll allow this minute for you to answer this. It seems that then everything that the president does, we shall need to question 15 times over.
You know, I don't know whether you take time to listen to the president. The president lies even when it's not necessary. Even sometimes, sometimes I actually think the president suffers from the dark triad personality.
What's that?
You might need to find out. But the dark triad personality, because a lot of these things he says, like the other day he says that he's going to win with 3 million votes, 2 to 3 million votes. I know that is political conditioning. Like I've told you, out of the 5 things that he had when he was running for president, he doesn't have any of them except money now.
Yes.
And that money, he actually still, it's public money. He still wants to bring in NIF so that then we move that particular direction. So for everything this regime says, it is in the interest of the people. And by the way, we have always been found right, those of us who are criticizing. I know a lot of times people will ask me, but you are with them and you are working. Yes. Access gives you facts. Once you live and you get the distance, it gives you the freedom to speak. So that particular argument for me is one that I really do not have a problem. But that because I had signed up to a seat, and you see, proximity gives you loyalty to a seat. When you move away, you actually secure your freedom.
Arnold, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much. Salamu zimfikie Bruce Lee, Tupac Shakur, Omao Ibrahim, Jeff Griffin. I couldn't read your texts. And of course, there's Eunice Kyoko as well. Na wengine kadha wa kadha ambao sijaweza kusoma messages zenu. But thank you so much for tuning in. This is where we come to a stop as far as this conversation is concerned. But Arnold, you owe us a conversation on the sports fund. And you said there are several other avenues that pesa yetu inaibiwa.
Actually,
yes.
On that day when that sports fund thing blows up, the people in this country will have there is no handkerchief big enough that will wipe the tears of the people of this country.
We shall definitely hold you to death over that conversation, and we shall definitely have you back here to talk about it. Right now, though, we live in the safe hands of Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai coming through with the Retro Box.